tastes like heaven, and we eating pasta and it.
Alright, just start it there.
Yeah. We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Play hero, Roroni, Kenshin. We kicked the side of your door. Use the one to get to seven. Where was that bravado you had a hot minute ago? Hey, we got up, but I wouldn't say we beef. How the saying go, it's a two-way street. Give me on the pipe and you know they had a tweak. I'm just trying to lay my name, you get what I'm speaking. We entertain the masses and anywhere the weekend. There's some asshole think that you can press the lead and put the whole squad down, get out within the weekend. But we stars, boys, who continue go and see. We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Play hero, Roroni, Kenshin. We kicked the side of your door. Use the one who will get to seven. Where was that bravado you had a hot minute ago? Talk a big game till you learn it ain't one. Got your nails on this track's another freight ton. Not a single dub, so you gotta make one. G, yeah, domino, trying to cook some great stuff.
You can keep ducking, this be the season for hunting. We down and doing our treasures while casually pressing your buttons. You keep pretending and nothing, but we can tell you be frontin'. Try threatening us with a poker, but your face looking all tucked and we calling out all your bluffs and we telling you what is what and we saying enough's enough. But you trying to keep acting tough. If you really think that you run, let me tell you, you ain't the one. Cause the song will be nothing speakers and the whole team finna pump it, y'all.
We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Played hero, Roroni, Kenshin. We kicked the side of your door. Use the one who will get to seven. Where was that bravado you had a hot minute ago? We eating pasta and yo, it tastes like heaven. We eating pasta and it good. Yeah. the king. Cruising around with nowhere to go, watching the physical world implode. Take all comers, but ain't no show. So what next but the sound barrier? So run your car, not your mouth, 'cause out here there's no room for cowards. Flash of life is all you see, just another day when you're drifting. You lost your crown, lost your place, picked back up, left in disgrace. Flash of life is all you see, just another day when you're drifting. So run your car and out your mouth. Out here there's no room for doubts. Lost your crown and lost your place, picked back up, left in disgrace. Run your car and out your mouth. Out here there's no room for doubts. Lost your crown and lost your place, picked back up, left in disgrace. I'm not your religion, but I am your God. It takes more than scripture to get you to stop this facade. I don't think you get it, I have already won. My name has been branded right onto the flesh of your tongue. I've been trying to tell you that I'm not the one. But whatever's whatever, and when it is all said and done, you wish you could be me. The sentence was to end my life. Chance for repentance be denied. They want to see me crucified. A mass hysterical delight. I cry out, God forgive them, for they not know what they are doing. They see their barbarism simply as amusement. I'm not your religion, but I am your God. It takes more than scripture to get you to stop this facade. I don't think you get it, I have already won. My name has been branded right onto the flesh of your tongue. I've been trying to tell you that I'm not the one. But whatever's whatever, and when it is all said and done,
Walmart found it on, but within concrete canyons,
All right.
warlords,
Oh boy.
dictators, czars,
Oh boy. Hello, chat. I gotta set up a Fugi here really quickly. I have. Give me one moment. Hello, chat. Good evening. I have some fluffy people in chat with me today. How is everybody doing today? How are you doing, Elf?
Who's an elf? Where? We have to destroy them.
Oh, okay.
Yes, destroy the knife ears.
Destroy exactly. Yeah, I am curious. Do you guys go back and forth with each other on elf supremacy?
Actually, it's funny. When I first met Krutosis and joined his server, his chat had so many specific snow elf memes lined up and ready. It was amazing, but it was also a little alarming.
Yeah.
It's funny too because there's also something of a high elf population in my server. It's like, what?
Yeah. And then Ava's completely different. Knife ears get the chain. Oof. Well, I wouldn't say that, chat. I wouldn't say that. That's a little too much. A little too much for me. But, you do you. Give me one moment. I gotta make sure that I get Pagan on screen here. And then we can formally start. Oop, there we go. We got 2 furries on screen today.
I am not a furry. I'm not.
You're gnats. You are gnats. Alright, snow elf.
Aren't
Yes.
gnats actually furry?
What?
Gnats, the fly. They're
Oh.
a furry little fly. They have this weird furry stuff. So yeah.
Yeah,
I just did a really, really, really bad pun.
Oh, I getcha. Anyway. Excuse me. My apologies, chat. I'm gonna be maybe just a little bit slow. I had to go grab some caffeine so that I could be more awake. But, hello. I actually need to move myself a little bit because, off to the side here, I'm gonna shove you guys a little bit into the corner there. Hello, everybody. Tonight will be very fun, very exciting. We got a smattering of different things to cover tonight. Some potentially more controversial than the last, may ruffle some feathers, but that's what we are here for. That's what we do. The main topic of today, which I'm very excited to talk about, is the Karl Jobst aftermath. We'll be doing some retelling for people that need some catching up, along with talking about the most recent video from Karl Jobst, the guy that was sued by Billy Mitchell and lost. He lost his defamation lawsuit against Billy Mitchell. And so we're going to go through the entire video. It's 30 minutes long. We are also going to be talking about the Nicholas DiOrio comment cop situation because it is a very, very interesting situation. There is a funny little plot twist that'll come into that I will talk about later. You might already see it if you watch my Twitter. In addition to that, we also have, and I think we're going to talk about this first, the sentencing of Nicholas Robert Rekieta, the former law pope of YouTube.
He's been sentenced as of this morning.
Yes. Now, Ava, do you know when he is required to show up for his jail time?
I do.
Okay.
For jail?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has, he's been sentenced to 30 days in county. It's possible that 28 days, because he served 2 days, and
Yes.
those 2 days it counted towards his total serving time. It's possible those 28 days could be deferred, but he's supposed to report August 1st.
August 1st. Okay. Okay.
Yep. And then he also has 80 hours of community service, and this is the big one. And a lot of people are like, oh well, he got off light, but he has 5 years of probation.
Yep.
That's 5 years of monitoring, 5 years of not being able to do any drugs, not being able to drink alcohol. Not he can't own firearms anymore. There's a lot that goes on with the probation. He has to inform. Well, he changes his number. He has to inform his probation officer. He decides he wants to change jobs. Inform the person. He can't leave the state. Basically, for 5 years, he's the state's bitch.
That is a very funny way of saying it. Yes. I'll tell you what. We're just gonna jump into this here, chat. I've gone ahead and pulled it up for my stream guests here. Are you guys able to see my stream okay on your end?
Yeah,
Do
yeah.
one quick check, because sometimes it gets fucky.
Yeah. Yep. For sure. I just want to double check before
Okay,
we
no, it
get
works.
started.
Cool.
Awesome.
Yep, there it is. Order for warrant of commitment.
Awesome. So we're going to jump into this here. This was, again, issued today on the date of April 18th, 2025. This is a 2-page order. Ava actually has a video of it on her channel, chat, that you can watch in a couple days. Unless you're a member, then you can watch it immediately. But she goes over this, and we'll go over it here tonight as well, because this is a very, very interesting thing here. And I'm going to be honest, when I saw what they had finally decided to give Rekieta, I was not too terribly surprised by this, because it is, as far as I know, his first time ever getting offended with something this severe. And so because of that, I kind of expected them to go a little bit light on him.
This is his first real criminal offense. He's had some he's had traffic tickets and non-register, not current on his registration for his cars and stuff. But that's stuff that almost everybody has. This is his first real charges. And if you notice in the box area, especially, because a lot of people don't like how little jail time he got because of the issue involving the charges he faced regarding child endangerment and stuff like that. If you notice on the bottom, the third count, which is the endangerment of a child, it's been dismissed. This was a part of his plea deal.
Yep. So we're going to go through these here. We're going to read basically everything here and talk about it as we go. Really quickly, if this is your first time joining, or if you are unfamiliar with my streams, Ava is a former licensed attorney. She still does talk about and give some advice about the law. So whenever the little redhead is talking, it is probably because she has an opinion that a lot of people here probably would not have because of the fact that she used to practice law. So I use a lot of her opinion quite often. Just because she has that schooling and that knowledge. I also have Kretosis here because Kretosis, when we get into the Karl Jobst video, also has some knowledge in terms of lawsuits and stuff, and I felt like it would be fun to bring him along as well.
Yes, Don Hato, real quick. I am not an actively practicing attorney. My license is in an inactive state. If I pay my yearly dues, I could quote unquote reactivate my license, reactivate my lawyer battle pass, so to speak.
Exactly.
But I passed the California State Bar via something known as reading of the law. It takes a little bit longer, but it is an alternative to law school, to getting to becoming an attorney. But yeah, right now I'm not actively practicing. I'm not actively licensed. So when they say former, that is just accurate.
Yes, yeah, I don't, yeah, exactly, Chad. I don't mean it as a derogatory thing. I am only talking in the absolutes of the law. One, I know that's something that Abe would want, and two,
in fact, Galileo says it perfectly. Former attorney, full-time lawyer.
Yes, perfect. Pretty much. That is the right way to kind of say it, so to speak. You clept the law. She got the lawyer legendary skin. Yes, something like that. Anyway, we're just gonna go again. This is gonna be
but guys, I did the free-to-play option. I didn't. I'm not a whale. Everyone else is an attorney. They're a whale. They pay for the premium, and they get it faster.
Yeah.
I grinded. It took me longer.
You grinded. You logged in every single day for the free gems so that you could get the rare skin for free.
And it was 18 hours a week of recorded, basically supervised study time. Signed up by a supervising attorney for 4 years.
Let us know if you get the season pass. We'll let you know. We'll let you know. Anyway, let us get started here. A lot of this stuff up here really doesn't matter. We're not going to go through it. Even though Rekieta's stuff is out there, I'm not going to actually read his personal information out. We're just going to move down to the order. Down here, the warrant of commitment, which is basically the charges that are going to that either have been or have not been passed here. So we're gonna read them, go through them, and yeah, we'll just start talking about them. So count number 1. I'm not gonna read the statute number there because, in my personal opinion, kind of redundant. So count 1 is drugs in the 3rd degree, possesses 10 grams or more of a narcotic drug other than heroin or fentanyl. And the penalty statute is drugs in 3rd degree. Sale or possession penalty is 20 years or $250,000. So I believe that is the max amount that can be applied.
He was caught with between 26 and 29 grams. Some disparity is present just because they found the substances in like glass bottles and stuff like that. And those bottles and those baggies have weight themselves. So you have to like take off a few grams at least just for the containers. But yeah, it was like twice the amount than 10 grams.
Yeah, and what's funny, Chad, as somebody who has just finished watching Breaking Bad and has gotten a little bit of interest in learning more about like drug trade and drug traffic with all of this kind of stuff. 29 grams is not a small amount of money there. That's like I really don't know what the going rate for
if
cocaine
this had
is.
gone to trial, they probably would have pushed for possession in an amount substantial enough to point towards distribution or intend to distribute. But he pled down, and he only got drug possession in the 3rd degree.
So I am curious, what is the difference between like 1st and 3rd degree in terms of drug possession? I'm very interested, Ava.
In terms of drug possession?
Yes.
Let me do one quick thing real quick, because in Minnesota, and other states often have different definitions. So let me look up Minnesota 3rd degree drug possession.
Why do I want to know that? I'm just curious, like the
It's
difference.
probably the same, and here we go. Okay, so it was state. So this is a misdemeanor. I don't think this was a felony.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah,
So
hold on,
he's
let
no
me see.
longer, if he would not be convicted as a felon anymore.
Wait a minute. I might have been wrong. No.
If true. We'll give the lolly a moment while we're waiting.
Well, he was if you notice, he was sentenced and charged on 152.023, controlled substance crime in the 3rd degree, which is a state level crime. Let's see here, real quick. Oh, so sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Autism is losing its mind. Try to chew a pencil, and I don't have a pencil.
While you are looking, I'll go ahead and read what we've gotten when we started. Nerdy, thank you for being a member for 8 months in a row. Very much appreciated. And as well as Avenged for being 9 months. You guys are amazing. And then Octera, thank you for becoming a member. Hope you enjoy your emotes here tonight. Very much exciting. And then some Chandler for 5. The elf somehow got cuter and funnier. Duly noted. Also, hi, Pagan.
Hi.
Okay, so, yeah, here we are. Yeah, 3rd degree is, while the volume of the narcotic being sold helps determine 1st or 2nd degree drug charges, simply selling a narcotic, regardless of the amount, could cause an individual to face 3rd degree drug charges. In the state of Minnesota, interesting. Volume remains the qualifier for determining a 3rd degree possession drug crime, aka the 10 grams or more. Fines for 3rd degree drug crimes are severe, and prison remains a viable possibility, although rare.
Okay.
And here's the thing, he could have gotten 4th or 5th degree. So, like, it could have been like, oh, you were caught with, like, a little bit, it's not a big deal. But no, 3rd degree is right before you start hitting the serious thing. 2nd and 1st degree is like, you had a large amount, and it's clear you intended to sell. So that's pretty much your rubric that you're going for is between the higher degrees, 1st and 2nd, and the lower, 3rd, 4th, and 5th is an amount that's high enough to consider you like, hey, you are trying to break that, pun intended.
Oh my God.
Yeah. By the way, for everybody here in the call, if you have opinions, you are more than welcome to just screech them out, and I'll make sure that you get the option to say that opinion if you want about this Breaking Bad that Rekieta has done here.
Nothing besides like stuff that's been talked about.
What was that scene in Breaking Bad? Wait,
Which one?
I have the talking pillow.
Oh man, that must have been an earlier one. I don't remember that one specifically, but I vaguely do. Tapeworm, thank you for being a member for 3 months. Very much appreciated. Chat, by the way, don't forget that if you are a member for a certain amount of time, it should allow you to say some form of message. I don't know if you have to be a $5 member or if it's only if everybody can, but don't forget you can say messages when you re-up on your membership. So thank you, by the way. Very much appreciated. Okay. Anyway, continuing on here. So the fact that he's getting 3rd degree is pretty crazy. Because it could have gone way, way, way worse. But again, because this is his first time getting charged with something this serious, the judge and maybe the people below are probably going to be like, we're going to push it down just a little bit. There's a lot of other factors that go into this as well, like the fact that he has kids and family members that he needs to take care of, and if he and his wife go to jail, that's going to be a pretty big issue. And so there's a lot of factors that will go into when you are charged with something this severe.
Part of the plea deal was that the charges against his wife and his, lack of a better word, mistress, were dropped as well.
Mhm.
So given I haven't seen any activity on those cases and I am keeping an eye on them, it's entirely possible that the state was like, okay, fine, that's all right. They seem the most concerned with the possession charge.
Yeah.
Which tells me, and this is just speculation, absolute speculation, but the fact that they dropped the child endangerment / neglect, whatever you want to call it, is kind of insane to me.
Yeah.
Because they had allegedly tested one of the kids, and I believe the 9-year-old or 9 or 10-year-old had tested positive in the amount of 5,000 parts per million. In order to test positive for a hair follicle test, you have to test in the parts of 500 parts per million. So this kid was 10 times over what is considered a positive amount.
Yeah.
Right? Now, it's entirely possible there was some kind of false positive or maybe some contamination with the testing or whatever, but I think what happened was that test was not reliable, which is why they even considered dropping the endangerment charges.
Mhm.
Because if the test was sound and could be verified without like getting cross-contamination or anything, I'm sorry, but if I were the DA, I'd be going like hell for the endangerment charge.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because like
Yeah.
anything that involves children is people can really pull harshly in the court system when it comes to children. So again, it is his very first time having this kind of issues in the court system. But I think some people were probably just surprised to see that the child endangerment was.
People are asking in the chat. Yes, this is the lawyer that donned the Sonnet Shoe medallion and ruined his life.
Here, chat, just for you. Just give me one minute here. I'll
Yeah, I see like 3 users ask if that's the lawyers that we're talking about. I'm like, yeah, you guys are right on it.
let me.
I know iDubbbz put the medallion on. I'm wondering if Karl Jobst put the medallion on too now.
Somebody asked that. I don't know for sure. If he did, it would not be
Karl Jobst,
surprising
I
to
don't know.
me.
That would be pretty funny.
It would not be surprising
at this
to
point,
me.
Like anyone who decides to, there it is. There he is. My God, look at that.
Have you guys
It is
seen the video
cursed.
that this is from? Have you guys this is a funny video. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Is that? This is from a Know Your Meme video. I have never
Ew.
watched Know Your Meme. Hold on.
Is Know Your Meme bad?
Yeah.
On its show. Let's
I'm
see.
sorry, but I absolutely love
Oh, there it is.
the long pause Cree, and then just, yeah.
This is an
Yeah.
Alyssa Clips video. Here, give me one moment. This is an Alyssa Clips video where everything is to be shown. I wasn't planning on doing this, but this is absolutely perfect. I'm gonna pause
Oh, no.
New
this.
hand touches the beacon.
So this, but what's funny is this includes another lawyer in here as well. So multiple lawyers get to be parsed into Rekieta's downward spiral here. So I also love he calls himself the
Oh
chief
Jesus!
of
I think
tomfoolery.
I'm familiar with attorney Andrew Bronca.
Yeah, have you
Yeah,
seen him
he's
before?
the law of self-defense guy.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. I think
For the
he
most part, I've seen him tisming out on Twitter now and then.
did he recently talk about the Carmelo case? I think he did.
I believe he did, yes.
Yeah, I think he's the guy that talked about the Carmelo case. I think. Anyway, but this is the Alyssa Clips video where Rekieta talks about this here.
It was postage not paid. Like I had to pay the postage on it to receive it. And the post office like, well, where was it sent from? And it had my address as the return address with me as the sendee, which is not true. And in it had this burned piece of paper, which I feel like I'm going to get serial rape here. It says, the stars are aligned. A new host is chosen. Hail unto
Bro,
thee,
Okay,
Nick
first of
Chan
all, it's such a
Rekieta.
state of mind. If you think you're afraid you're going to get grapes, okay? And I use grape for censoring. But like, if I saw a burned up piece of paper, I'm like, this is a fucking curse. This is a goddamn curse.
Yeah.
I've just been cursed.
Yeah, it's really like I get like.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Look at that
Like,
messed
why
up
did his
piece of
phrase
paper.
instantly go to grape?
If I pulled that out of a box, I'd be thinking, am I going to pull out like a severed hand from this box? Like, what's in here? I'd be
Yeah,
terrified.
I'd be like, I'd be scared because I'd be like, I'm gonna unfold a piece of paper and
I'm wondering
anthrax is gonna
where
pour into
it's
my lap.
signed, like a signed Luigi, freaking, like it's a like this is a mafia note. There's a sawed-off horse's head somewhere in that
Oh.
package. I know there is.
Yeah. I'm gonna fucking get a face full of rice in here in a second. Like,
Oh,
I,
no.
I just wouldn't fucking do it, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Hey, don't reach for any of the stevia.
Oh yeah. Don't reach for the stevia. You never know. Anyway. But yeah, this like as somebody who is just even a slightly superstitious, this is like you don't mess with this. All right, you don't mess with this. You burn it and you run away. You finish the job of the burning that has happened here.
And I will say what's funny too, because I am somebody who I am a pagan. I'm a druid. I believe in this stuff, but I take a much more scientific approach. And I like to think that this is a psychological phenomenon. It's a curse, but a curse in the way of like the collective human consciousness. Because the type of person who would put on the medallion is the type of person who seeks so much attention that they definitely have skeletons in their closet. Like it's there's been a couple people who've come to me like, hey, should I do this when the VTuber asset came out? And I'm like, no. Because if you're willing to do that for the clicks and the views, it means you have something in your past that's going to be exposed. And everyone's got to go, see, it's the curse. And it's not the curse. It's just an attention-seeking creator getting their comeuppance.
Yeah. Excuse me. I had a thought and then I lost it, so we're just gonna continue. Oh, we just lost her. Uh-oh.
No.
Ava, what happened? Ava? Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh, there she goes. There she is.
It's funny seeing her pop back in VTube Studio because it looks like she just popped in from the distance.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
Look,
And then
the
with-
amount of mana that I have to use to stream my form, like across the multiverse to this stream like this, it's tough.
Yeah. Yep. All right, let's continue here.
That came this, and this was so weird because this came before the mention of Sonic in the trademark dispute that we were talking about last night. A Sonichu medallion has been passed to me. I don't know where this came from.
No, Rekieta, no!
He immediately
God
puts
damn
it on.
No. Oh, jeez, it's done. Dude,
Like-
he put it on with no fucking hesitation. Jesus.
I see someone holding that thing up. I'm just hearing the fucking Jumanji drum beat.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Oh man.
For real,
Here.
for real. Like, and you know what? Oh, honestly, can you send me a link to this? Because I'm going to take it. I'm going to edit it. And what I'm going to do is as he holds it up, the Jumanji drum beat is going to be like really quiet. And
Here, hold
as
on.
he starts putting it on, it's going to get louder and louder.
Oh man, that is
I'm just
awesome.
imagining
Like,
the
I'm
fucking...
sorry, but that's too good. Dad, it's too good.
I'm imagining the scene in Berserk with Griffith holding the Behelit, but it's the Sonichu medallion.
Oh my
Like,
god.
no, don't do it.
Let me see if I can find a song.
Oh my god, that's too good.
It's not the same. It's not the same, but it kind of works.
Loki Bad Demon, are you can
don't
you get
know
on
what
that? He's okay, so Loki Bad Demon, he's basically my Jamie.
Means other than what it means, but that is
It's
that
perfect.
Oh my
happened.
god, it works. It works so
That
fucking
happened. It cost
good.
me $2 to pay the postage on it.
Dude, if you need more guns, just let me know. I'll
Friendly, I
This
think.
is too
friendly.
fucking good.
Don't put it on.
come on.
Don't put it on. Sonichu live.
Yeah, people telling him no, put it on.
Bit late.
The
Yeah,
curse has
well-
already taken hold.
A little bit late for that one. I don't know. I don't think you can fix that. Oh, I need the beat name here, Chad. I'll put the song in the comments. This is from Epidemic Music. I use them. They cost like $120 a year, so I use them as often as I can. All right, let me go. Yeah, it's good music though. Free, unlimited streaming as much as I want, so I enjoy it. Anyway, let me turn back on my playlist. There we go. And let's continue. He paid to curse himself. That's some communism shite right there. Yeah, something like that. Oh,
Hey,
man.
hey, it's not your curse, it's our curse.
It's our curse, yes. Anyway, so let us continue here. Charge number 2. And the next two, so only the first one here, chat, was one that was actually stuck. The last 2 were dismissed. Again, probably because it's his first time having anything serious happening, and my assumption is the court
No,
probably
this
took
was a
pity
part
on
of
him.
his plea deal, which I also covered in a different video.
Yes.
He has a whole plea agreement that he signed and did, but this was for them to find him without any trial or any jury trial or him fighting it. They're like, look, I'm willing to plead guilty to drug possession in the 3rd degree if you drop the other charges against me, which those are the 2 charges, and you drop the charges against my wife and mistress.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. You know what's funny is there is a court document somewhere. I don't have it on hand, but there's a court document that talks about how Rekieta basically was a swinger and how Aaron
that's-
Amholt is a cuck.
That's the
There is
only
a court
reason why I'm
document.
saying it is because it's backed up by the courts.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing with me. Like, I will avoid saying anything that is not relevant, and because it's been mentioned in the courts, his lifestyle as a swinger, guess what? That shit relevant, bro.
Pretty much. Pretty much. All right. So second charge is possession of ammo/firearm under the use of controlled substance. As I said, this was dismissed. And then charge number 3, endangerment, child permits, present sale / possible cont sub G. Basically, the endangerment of a child for whatever reason.
That was control and possible possession of a controlled substance.
Okay. That makes
Cont
more sense.
sub is controlled substance.
I get you. I should have assumed that. But yeah, basically, child endangerment while with potential substances, that was also dismissed. So the only thing that they are going to give info on is going to be the one account that he pled guilty to. We already read this here, so we are going to... One thing I will note right here is the offense disposition. Successful completion of probation will result in a dismissal. So they will only dismiss this count if he successfully completes probation, which means, chat, that if he fails his probation, he could probably face more jail time than what is listed here, which is probably going to be more severe if he does break it. Yeah.
Yeah, basically,
punishment
he has to
must be
a
more
good boy. And
severe.
everyone's like, oh, well, that's not a big deal, but he has to be squeaky clean for 5 years.
Yes, and we'll get into some of the specifics for that right here. Local confinement ordered on April 18th, 2025. Defendant is sentenced to 30 days in the Kandiyohi County Jail. Defendant is to serve 30 days. Credit for time served amount is 2 days because he already served 2 days in jail while this was all going on. May be deferred of complaint with probation. Start date is August 1st, 2025 at 7 p.m. Monitoring ordered on April 18th. Defendant is placed on supervised probation for 5 years, half a decade, monitored by Kandiyohi County Probation. And the conditions here, chat, in my personal opinion, is the most sad and egregious. And this is where
You want me to rattle through them really, really fast?
Yeah, we can do that. Go right ahead.
Okay, here we go, guys. They cannot use or possess alcohol or drugs except as prescribed. They have to submit to random testing and alcohol testing as directed by agent and law enforcement. They have to do cognitive skill training, cooperative with cognitive skills programming as directed by your agent, aka
Probation.
rehab. They have to remain law-abiding. They have to sign a probation agreement and comply with probation agreement to meet an agent as directed, which is their usually a weekly meeting with their probation officer. Rekieta can't do that. Fuck you, the cops. He can't fuck the cops. He can't fuck the police. He can't do that. This is basically the court's ordering him to go, yes, daddy, please may I have some more. He has to follow all state and federal criminal laws, contact your probation officer as directed. Here's the most restrictive stuff here. Tell your probation officer within 3 days if you have contact with law enforcement, if you are charged with a new crime, if you change your address, employment, telephone number. You have to send releases of information as directed, cooperate with search of your person, residence, vehicle, workplace, property, and things as directed by your... That means no more Fourth Amendment. For the next 5 years, he has no Fourth Amendment protections. Follow all recommendations of discharge from Divine Hope Counseling dated 9/11/2024. So that is when he started his rehab. His rehab should last a year, if I remember right. So he's got about 5 more months of rehab, and he should be good on that.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. And again, if he does not follow all these, if he breaks this, if he decides to drink on camera and it is reported to his probation officer, which I am telling you right now, that if people didn't watch Rekieta in the past, they are definitely going to be watching him now, because they're going to be watching to see if he drinks on camera. And if they think he's drunk on camera, they're going to call his probation officer.
If they did, yeah, and here's the thing. If you are going to watch him and you're online, don't call the probation officer.
Yeah, obviously you shouldn't do that.
Because the reason why I'm saying that is, one, you're online, you don't really know what might be in that bottle, okay? And two, there's a whole circle of people around him that are mandatory reporters that are responsible for overseeing his behavior. Don't gum up the lines of him being properly reported by random Kiwi form lurkers going on like, oh, I think I saw him drink on screen. Like, that's just gonna annoy the probation officer and the parole office, and then they will probably be less likely to engage with Rekieta and let him coast through the next 5 years of probation, because there's just, well, God, oh, yeah, another report. It's like a boy who cried wolf situation, right? They will become less interested in enforcing the probation for the next 5 years, and then he will technically get a lighter, quote-unquote, sentence. So let the authorities, let the mandatory reporters around him do their job. And if you see him on stream, go ahead and call his church or call someone like in his life, even mention like his greater friends and stuff like that. Be like, hey, I saw this. They will handle it. You don't have to handle it.
Yeah, I was about to say, don't touch the poo. I know that people are going to do it, which is dumb and retarded because it's going to make it worse for everybody. Don't do it.
That's fucking great. Don't touch the poo.
No, it's like legitimately, whenever a lot of people get involved in this kind of stuff, and this happened with Chris Chan too. I genuinely believe that part of the issue with Chris Chan not facing jail time is because a lot of people ended up trying to talk about it or poke about it. And so because of that, like, I feel like they got off a little bit lighter than they probably should have, in my personal opinion. But like, don't bother the police about this. Like, if there is something legitimate, like, I would say that the only time it's probably appropriate is if like he holds up a bottle of actual alcohol and then starts doing it on camera. But even then, just like call his church, because like that it's bad. That's not good. You're gonna make it worse, and you're gonna make Rekieta potentially get away with it, which would not be a good idea in my personal opinion. Don't touch the poo because the poo will stuck to you or suck you in. Yeah, very very accurate. But yeah, that's what it is with Rekieta. I heard rumors that he's planning on making a new stream series called Actual Criminal or something. I don't know if that was him or somebody else, because like there's potentially Criminal, the lawyer, and then he's coming out to do Actually Criminal. I don't know if that's to make fun of him or own the fact that now Rekieta is actually a master criminal.
I mean, if he's playing on the bratty that he's a branded criminal, okay. If he's trying to like poke fun at Sean, aka potentially criminal, like big fuck you. The guy's an actual criminal defense attorney.
Yep.
Two, it's not going to go over well. I would say that Sean, Andrew with Legal Mindset, and a lot of the people who Rekieta once considered his orbiters, to use a Destiny term, they're more popular than he is now. Rekieta has really fallen off because of this case over the last year. He's barely streamed at all, and we all know that maintaining popularity on stream is maintaining activity. So even if he comes back, I'm not sure how popular his little show's gonna be.
Not just that, but he damaged his own reputation horribly, and yeah, again, like it seems like he's bitter at the other law tubers who covered what he did too, because like this is one of the things that bugs me about Rekieta is he was always like, yeah, if I screw up, go ahead, do videos on me, because he was all, I guess, confident that it would never happen.
Yep.
So when everyone came out and started making videos on his big fuck up, he got real pissy at all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't he start like threatening to copyright strike people and shit?
With Alyssa Clips, he did threaten to do it against her because he said, "I no longer give you the right to do this," and so she kind of slowed down from doing.
Which is not. You know what's funny? Rekieta saying that is about as hilarious as what was that group that came out with the statement because Rima reacted to a graduation announcement and they're like, "Oh, what are you doing, drama tubers, blah blah blah," and it's like, "Oh, you don't have permission to react to this or something. You need the description." The idol group.
Oh yes,
was it Brave?
yeah.
I'm trying to remember what group it was.
I think it was, and the reason I believe that the initial thing was Andrew came out with a leak of the graduation announcements, and then Rima covered it and talked about one of the girls' graduation streams,
That's
and a whole
right.
bunch of
and
people
then they're like,
got
"Oh,
upset.
you're not allowed to talk." It's like, dude, that's not how fair use works. Like,
No.
come on. And the fact that Rekieta, of all people, was like, "Oh, you no longer, I rescind my permission." Yeah, well, your permission is no longer a factor in me covering this.
And what's funny is he, because like here's the thing, clip channels really do dance the line when it comes to fair use, because they are just directly ripping bits and pieces of an actual stream. However, with the Karl, I think it was Karl Sagan. No, not fuck. What's his name? The British man that ran for office. His name is blanking me right now.
What,
Sargon.
you mean Sargon?
Sargon of Akkad. Yeah, when Sargon of Akkad was sued by that woman in America, and then won that fair use dispute, it was basically like decided by a judge that even just taking clips and then re-uploading them can be considered fair use, because one of the components that the judge cites is a different audience. So even
It
if
has to be transformative.
yeah. And it was determined that even if it is like clips from somebody that isn't altered in some small way, a different audiences count in terms of transformative nature.
Yeah, it's the same way that California defines doxing. Like, you can be guilty of criminal doxing in the state of California for publishing uniquely identifying information to a new audience. Key term, new audience. It doesn't matter if the information was publicly available or not. If the information identifies somebody as a person, points to who they are, their name, their address, their telephone number, etc., and you have given that information from wherever you got it to a new audience, boom, it counts as doxing. In the same way, this counts as oh Jesus, my brain just fried.
It's okay.
All right, well, train derailed.
It's all right. Train derailed. We'll pick it back up and put it back on the rails. But yeah, basically, Rekieta doing that is one, it's kind of shitty because he's been a champion of free speech until it's no longer it's no longer good for him, and that in its own right is bad.
Yeah,
but
sadly, that's most people. And I will say this, like, I would love to believe myself a champion of free speech. I think I am, but I won't really know unless something this big, like, unless my life blows up in my face and people are talking mad shit, until I'm tested, I'm not going to know if I'm really a free speech supporter, you know what I mean?
yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of when I had my drama 6 months ago with Lumi and Mizu, I feel like that was kind of like my first test, because a lot of other people were like saying a bunch of things about me. I even had one guy told me that they archived the stream where I had like fallen apart and started crying. And it's just like, well, in my head, I was like, man, it really sucks that that's out there, but I can't say anything about it because I'm for free speech and people are allowed to say whatever the fuck they want about me. Even if I like them or don't like them, they can say whatever they want. So it's just like,
Well,
there really does need to
say
be a test.
mostly whatever they want.
Yeah.
There's a few things where in which I'd be like, hey, slap you in the face and be like, you have rights. And if somebody does irreparable harm to your reputation by calling you a PDF file or saying you have STDs or any
That's
other of the
different,
things that
yeah.
qualify for defamation per se, it is different, but it is still them saying something. So in respect of, like, as far as freedom of expression goes, I will respect it and I will let people express that. But if you are doing shit that is intentionally causing harm to others, like that tweet from earlier, like, oh, I'm going to use my contract with GamerSubs as collateral to try and guilt trip GamerSubs into dropping somebody I don't like.
You know what?
That's
Thank
exactly,
you for bringing
you
that
can't
up.
do that. That's damages. That's messing with somebody's reputation. Yeah, I'm good at segues.
Thank you for bringing that up. That's a funny one that I want to bring up. Hey, you talk for a moment while I scroll for my tweet.
I would like to add one quick example to the list of defamation stuff.
Yes, please do.
Claiming someone caused someone else to commit self-delete.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah.
Yes.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
saying that because it's relevant
Another
or
great
anything.
segue.
I mean, it is, but you are
Another
correct.
great fucking
It's a good
segue.
segue. I want to use this minor example here, just for a moment, and just going into the VTuber world. Did I hear a curse mention? Yes, we are gonna have there's a mild segue here. So this is Kaio. They are some form of Asian, I believe. I don't know if they're Chinese or what. I know that they're from some place in Asia. But this is Kaio. He is a self-admitted racist individual. They
are in Vietnam.
Okay, so they're Vietnamese. Kaio has oftentimes said that he does not believe that you can be racist towards white people. So this man is actually like a believer of racism against white people. And he oftentimes likes to have his hot takes, which people break apart and laugh at. I know that Rev has covered this man multiple times on his channel. I know I've talked about him. I know that he's talked about me himself when he wants to get in quick digs. And I know that he likes to spend all day on Twitter and be a social activist on the internet. But in terms of talking about people that decide to self-cancel themselves, this guy decided to cancel his partnership with GamerSubs. Now, if you are unfamiliar with GamerSubs, number one, they're a pretty decent brand. They're very similar to a lot of the other like powder or energy drink companies that are for gamers. I know that GamerSubs partners a lot with VTubers specifically. And recently they partnered with Kirsha because Kirsha is growing along the ranks, becoming a bigger and bigger creator. And so they partnered with her. And a lot of people were upset that they partnered with her because she is very controversial because she likes to talk about politics. But like They did it anyway, which means that they are probably a brand of they are probably a brand that a lot of people could or could not like. I don't know, up to you. But Kaio decided to come out and say, quote, I've decided to end my partnership with GamerSubs because of a certain creators affiliated with the... They're not affiliated. I will say right now, Kirsch is not affiliated. She is partnered directly with the brand. If they are selling her stuff and giving her a cut of the money, she's not affiliate. She is directly partnered with the brand. I am pretty sure that is the right way of saying it. But let's see here. With the brand who have expressed openly bigoted views without facing any consequences. Again, talking about how Kirsha talks about politics online. And again, my personal opinion is I just hate talking about politics. And if I could remove politics from the VTuber sphere, I probably would. But Kirsha's allowed to have freedom of speech and talk about politics. And a lot of people are very much appreciated of what she's been able to bring to light. And from some of the stuff that she does, I am too as well. I believe in fostering an inclusive community. Again, guy that says he fosters an inclusive community while also saying in a previous breath that he does not believe that you can be racist towards white people. The most inclusive person ever being racist towards white people. And I do not wish to support or be associated with companies that enable harmful behavior. So what's really funny about this, he does not want to associate with companies that enable harmful behavior. Do you all know where he's saying this on? He is saying this on Twitter.com, a website that was bought by Elon Musk. Not only is he associating with Elon Musk by being on his platform, he has bought the blue fucking check mark and pays Elon Musk at least $10 a month to have that on his profile to show everybody he is who he says he is. So I don't know what the fuck he's saying by saying he doesn't want to associate with harmful companies. Elon Musk on multiple accounts has said that he is openly transphobic. So I don't know what this is.
What is
kind
very
of funny.
odd to me is this is like the affiliate marketing equivalent of lighting yourself on fire in hope that the government that you're protesting would change.
Yeah.
The company is not going to change their behavior or end what this guy doesn't understand is it's loose. I wouldn't say it's a full argument for it, but this goes towards torturous interference of a contract, right? He's like, hey, I'm going to end my fucking partnership with you because you're not dropping somebody else. Why are you messing with somebody else's contract involving this company and another creator? Has nothing to do with you, and that is actionable in court if you're not careful. So yeah, this guy is just a dummy.
Yeah. Elon isn't just anti-trans. Elon could be properly labeled as transphobic. Yes. And one might say that I think Elon's reasons for being transphobic mostly relate to one of his children. But we're not going to get into that. It's just a funny little aside there. But yeah, so it's just like...
But it did do the pickle.
Yeah. So, like, but the fact that Kaio is saying all this, he's getting up on his high horse, and he is saying all of this, it really falls on deaf ears in my personal opinion. And what's funny is when I tweeted... Kirsch can't stop winning. A lot of people tend to agree because, like, nobody cares. Nobody cares that you're upset.
Coyote Breaks just said he's basically saying it's her or me. Yeah.
And they don't care.
Companies and corporations don't react to ultimatums well.
No.
They will go, okay, see you later.
Pretty much. Let's see here. This is not the... By the way, he doesn't capitalize properly. That's... a grown adult. This is not the company that I want my community to spend money on.
How hard would it be? It's a shift key, dude.
That, or he's on his phone and is intentionally not letting it do it.
I'm usually fine with people not capitalizing. The one pet peeve I have is I am doing this, I'm doing that, this is what I think.
Yeah.
When that I isn't capitalized, it
bothers you.
Frustrates me to no end.
Yeah. No, yeah, basically. I just get frustrated when I just I don't really get frustrated. I just look at it. It's just something I notice where I'm like, oh, you're not using proper capitalization. Just like, why? Are you lazy or I don't know. So, but anyway, his second tweet, and there really isn't much more below this here, but his second tweet says, I encourage fellow creators to think about whether or not their partnership with the company is worth continuing. He's calling for a VTuber-wide boycott on this. It won't happen. It will not happen. Listen, I am telling you right now, I don't know who is associated with GamerSubs. I would have to look it up specifically, but any of the
Guys,
big
look,
VTubers
I
won't.
am absolutely begging you. Don't take money from this company to get your own flavor and advance your brand in general. it's only gonna be bad for you. Said no person ever.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't agree that it is a good idea to just, quote, let creators create content and try to do our best just to make the best products on the internet if it means allowing, and I believe he says, like, bigotry or something like that below. So basically, he is for censoring people that he does not like and ideas that he does not agree in. Who's this? Okay, yeah, if you don't know who Kaio is, he is another content creator on the internet.
Punishing them.
Yeah. I think Shy Lily is a major shareholder of Gamersubs.
A brand who have expressed openly bigoted views without facing any consequences. What consequences?
He's asking for deplatforming, which again, thankfully, deplatforming like that is gone. It's slowly going away, but I hate it when people continue. There are still some people that try to do it. So yeah, Shy Lily is a partial owner of Gamersubs. So thank you, Miss Shy Lily, for not wanting to cancel the Foxu. I think that's incredibly funny. I'm waiting for the day when people are like, Shy Lily, why don't you cancel this bigot for being partnered with Gamersubs? I'm waiting for them to do that because I know that that's how petty and how dumb these people can be.
Shy Lily is one of the few VTubers, like big indie VTubers. Well, I don't know. Are they indie?
They are indie.
They have some of the most remarkable poise and
no, they're with Mythic.
Ability to even address drama, like the Shy Lily copycat situation. When they were literally pulled into the drama, they handled it amazingly, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, I know why Kirsch is with Gamersubs. Shy Lily, who is a partial owner of Gamersubs, do you know who she's employed by? Mythic Talent. Do you know who Kirsch is now under? Mythic Talent. So that makes 110% sense to me. Anybody that's a Mythic Talent will probably get a Gamersubs deal.
It makes it so much more stupid that he made that post. Oh my god.
Here's my thought. Here, hold on.
Laugh at this guy's absolute total. You never go full retard, and this guy went full retard.
I'm gonna look up his name.
I feel like going to like Shy Lily to complain about this would just be like screaming into the void, because it's like, if anyone's watched her streams, you know she's not going to take a stance on that.
I'm gonna try not to scroll on his profile. I don't know if he retweets a lot of gay shit or whatever, but one thing that I would like to point out immediately, this man isn't employed by Mythic. This man doesn't have a deal with Mythic. So, motherfucker, cope, seethe, and mauled, because you're not employed by the company that actually gives a shit.
What the hell is a canine exorcist?
It's a good idea. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't know. I'm not scrolling anymore. This man is very obviously supposed to be bait.
Dude, huge ass thirst trap. I'm sorry. Holy crap.
Yeah, people think that I'm a thirst trap sometimes. Ooh. What is this guy complaining about? He's complaining that Kirsch has a sponsorship deal because she thinks that she's a bigot. And I guess to some people, yeah, she probably is a bigot because she doesn't like how some of the way things are going in the world. And, you know, you can form your own opinions about that. I'm not here to comment about agreeing or disagreeing with her opinions. What I'm here to comment on is how retarded Kaio is for trying to get her canceled from a deal, which I'm telling you right now, she will not get canceled from. Knowing that Shy Lily and her are from the same company, that's not happening. It's not happening. She is going to be in there, and guess what, Kaio? You get to sit on the road because you're not part of Mythic. You're not part of that company. So you get to sit and spin. Okay? You get to sit and spin. It's really funny. He's a puppy for his lovers, quote unquote. Oh,
he's a puppy for... Oh, gross. Absolutely disgusting. Like, I would have been alright if he was a thirst trap, if he was, like, a dom, but he's a puppy. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah, pretty much. If Aqua's a thirst trap, call me dehydrated. Yeah, the Kaio thing is so stupid because what's funny is Kaio...
I'm sorry, that's really funny.
Yeah. Kaio's not the only one to do this. He is one of the very few I've seen. The other one is the trans VTuber Nyara, who I'm sure that all of you guys have seen at some point on Twitter. I have decided to stop talking about them for the most part because they are just a massive attention whore, and they will do whatever they can to try and get people to talk about them. And so because of that, I don't. But like they're one of the other ones.
A partial owner of Mythic, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that for sure, but I think I've heard about that somewhere. But like
him and Tectone, yeah.
Something like that. But it's just really funny because all these people are like whining, bitching, and moaning about asking for change on the internet. Very old ways of thinking, because it's not going to happen anymore. The internet has like shifted to a different way of thinking. And at this point, my only thought is that they are engaging in engagement bait. With Nyara, I think it's a little bit of them actually thinking they're invoking change, which is quite sad in my personal opinion. And then another half of it is
yeah, Nyarl is what we call delusional.
yes, I do also think it's delusion.
This person, however, this was just engagement rage bait.
Yes, I
Which
agree.
is hilarious because my response to them, like, is one of my better performing posts, and it's just me going, "Yeah, you're a dick."
Pretty much. Didn't I have them on stream some point? Yes, you can watch the stream chat. It was like a couple weeks ago. One of my more favorite streams, because that was the first time I actually had a debate where I walked in and I eviscerated somebody, and I wasn't even trying on doing it. I just came in there hoping to have a conversation, and instead I had to own somebody in mutual combat.
Trying to like groom you mid debate.
Yeah, that was kind of gross. It was kind of gross. Kind of gross. Anyway, we're gonna move on from that.
Hey,
We're gonna.
maybe you were trans and you just never knew it.
Yeah, that pisses me off. Very
Bruh.
much pisses me off. Anyway, we're gonna move on from that.
Jesus.
We're going to move on from that onto the main topic of today, and that is the Karl Jobst video here. So, does anybody need a refresher before we get started on the Karl Jobst situation with Billy Mitchell? I'm going to assume maybe not. I know that Karl does give some brief overview in this here. This is a 32-minute video that we're going to be watching. I expect it's
boy.
going to take us an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours to go through the entire thing. Because there's a lot to talk about in here, and we do have a lawyer here that can give good opinions. But to give a very brief overview.
I'm an adult.
To give a very brief overview, Karl Jobst is a speedrunner who likes to talk about other speedrunners that either lie or cheat when it comes to some of their stuff. He has made multiple videos, and I showed this off here. I will show this off again for you in the chat, for you guys in the chat here, because it will definitely like blow your brains. I remember when I talked about this with Espiritu on the channel a little while ago, but if we go through their channel here, all right, starting from the top, I want you to just like pay attention to how many times you see Billy Mitchell here. It's more, in my personal opinion, it's almost half of this man's videos are Billy Mitchell centric. So this one is, and we're going to scroll. Oh, there's another one. Okay. There's another one. Let's see. There's another one.
Yo,
There's
I don't like that it's getting more frequent.
Another one. There's one. Let's see. There's
Okay,
one. This one is technically Billy Mitchell.
Billy Mitchell derangement syndrome?
Potentially. Let's see. There's another one. Again, like I said, this one's technically one because Todd Rogers and Billy Mitchell are like best buddies. So like.
Oh my god. 23 videos. He has 23 videos
23
on Billy Mitchell,
videos.
dude.
Yeah. Oh, there's one.
There's another one.
Let's see. Oh, there's
Oh my
one.
God.
This one's Todd Rogers again, I'm pretty sure. So that I wouldn't count that one because I don't believe so. I know the other one mostly did. There's one. There's one. That dream video was pretty funny, by the way. And there's another one. Let's see. Oh, there's one right there where he's like, "Please don't sue me."
Just
This was 4 years ago. Let's see. We might be getting towards the end. That might have been it. Let's see. Yeah, that was it. That was all of them.
That's a significant chunk of his channel's
that's
videos.
23, Jesus.
It's not half of his videos. It might be like a third of his videos. So I was incorrect there. But it's a lot of videos.
It's too many of his videos.
It's 23 of direct callouts. Yeah. Who the redacted is Billy Mitchell, the flex tape guy? No, Billy Mitchell.
Oh, Billy Mitchell is the guy who famously cheated on, what was it, Super Mario, Donkey Kong or something?
Donkey Kong.
So I have to add some context here because Billy Mitchell is an individual who does like to make sure that his reputation is kept in check. Billy Mitchell has previously held world records in Donkey Kong. One of his records, which I believe was the record that was shown off in the King of Kong, I could be incorrect, please don't sue me, was called into question and was later either pulled down or contested by Twin Galaxies. He had a lawsuit with Twin Galaxies, and it was later resolved, but I believe
they
that
settled it and just put it back up because Billy Mitchell is a bully. But here's the thing: calling Billy Mitchell a cheater is not actionable. It's not going to affect his reputation whatsoever. He has no jurisdiction here, and if he sues, I will fucking reignite my license and destroy him.
Yeah.
So, Billy
Oh my
Mitchell
God.
is a very litigious individual.
he's
I
also
respect him for that, but don't go barking up the wrong tree.
he is also an American, which you can tell because every single picture you see this guy in, he has got some form of red, white, and blue on his tie or on his shirt. Basically.
Oh, he's an American who's violating flag code.
You got nothing to say that.
Not actually violating flag code. Like the
I hate-
natural violation of flag code would be if that tie was made out of a real
A real
American
flag? Yeah.
I just find it. I love those people. Oh, it's violation of flag code. It's like, so you can burn a flag if you really wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
I hate his hair. I've always hated the way his hair looks. It looks so fake. It looks like a
Yeah.
helmet.
his
It looks like
hair-
Magneto
his
helmet
hair
that
Damn.
slides
looks like 3D
down.
render from Rhino
Nope.
3D.
Oh, that's
Pagan.
mean.
It reminds me of a dark helmet from Spaceballs without the mask part.
Oh man, I think
Yeah,
I've seen somebody
exactly, it
say that
does.
before. Oh, that's mean. That's mean. Oh.
Actually, you know what I want? I want somebody to Photoshop JD Vance's face onto Billy Mitchell because
Oh,
I
no.
think it would be a great addition to the.
That
JD
would be a
Vance
great
name.
addition. Anyway, without getting too far out here, Billy Mitchell is an individual who was featured in the King of Kong documentary. I actually watched this on my channel a while ago. It's something that you can watch on the internet, I believe, for a couple dollars on YouTube. But essentially, he is a guy that has gotten quite a few world records under his belt, all of which I believe have either been broken or have been surpassed, but he was one of the first ones to do it. And so it got to a point where, like I said, he was accused of cheating by Twin Galaxies, the people that had previously put up his world records, and he sued them, and there was some court settlement. Another individual that ended up talking about him that unfortunately is no longer with us is a guy by the name of Apollo Gaming who talked about Billy Mitchell. Billy Mitchell thought about suing him, and then they settled out of court with no money attached. Basically, they settled out of court with no money agreement, basically. And unfortunately, Apollo Legend, not Apollo Gaming, Apollo Legend was going through some stuff and unfortunately decided to leave this earth a little while later. Not because of Billy Mitchell, but because, admitted by them, of other factors included in that. And Karl Jobst decided to talk about that, and that's what led to this lawsuit. So Karl Jobst is going to do probably a better job than me of explaining that. So what we're going to do here, we'll pause the music, and we are going to
fucking
listen.
hope because he lied to his viewers about the reason for the actual lawsuit. We thought he was being sued back when this all started. We thought Karl Jobst was being sued by Billy Mitchell over Karl Jobst calling him a cheater.
Yep.
That had nothing to do with the lawsuit. And
So-
it's a very let's just let this go because I'm gonna rage here.
I'm going to ask, has any of you seen this video? I watched the entire thing, or I didn't watch, I listened to the entire thing just to see, just to get an idea. But have either of you watched this?
I haven't. I don't subscribe to Karl Jobst. I've actually
all.
I started watching some of his videos a few months ago prior to the resolution of this lawsuit,
Mhm.
but I never subscribed, so I didn't see his video come up.
I had never even heard of this guy until Cree told me about this whole situation a week ago or so.
That's fair enough. I just want to know because knowing that you guys are going into this raw, is good because I'm going to get some very raw reactions from all of you guys, and that's exactly what I want.
Hey, I like going into things raw.
By the way, really quickly, Really quickly, I want to make. I will grab these supers here before we get started, just because I know we're going to be doing this for a while. Ian for $9.99. My contribution for the Yippee Internet safety courses. Thank you. Also, the fact that Baldo Man managed to bargain away a child endangerment charge is absolutely bull. I don't care if it's his first time. Yeah, it is kind of bull, in my personal opinion, that he's able to wipe that away for the most part. But you know, the court system is the court system, and they will make deals.
I think there was something involved with the evidence pointing to, like, I don't think the evidence was properly gathered, or there might have been some kind of contamination. It's the only explanation to me why they would have been willing to drop that charge.
Yeah, pretty much. Tapeworm, thank you for being a member for 3 months in a row. Zeta, thank you for being a member for 17 months in a row. Oh man, getting close to the big 2 years there. Jordan became a member, elite member, or they re-upped on their membership. Know Your Meme tends to be a death knell of any meme they cover. It's essentially explaining the joke for grandma. I see. So if Know Your Meme says it, it's basically a dead meme. I getcha. Well, thankfully, Rekieta is not a dead meme. Banana Prince became a elite member. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And then some Shambler. Thank you for the 10. There are at least 2 characters' heads that are the cleavage height to Akko's chest. One is a gay rat, and the other isn't. The chance of a motorboat isn't high, but also isn't 0. The other isn't the chance of... Oh, I see what they're saying here. Okay. All right. We'll get started here. This is I Lost by Karl Jobst.
On the 1st of April, I lost my lawsuit against Billy Mitchell, and the judge has ordered me to pay $350,000 in damages, plus interest. It goes without saying this is not the result I wanted or expected, and it's honestly quite shocking. Personally, I disagree with the judge's decision, and so I'm...
Yep.
Are you kidding me? $350,000 in damages. For damages non-economic loss in the sum of $300,000 plus interest of $34,000.
No, he's talking about aggregate. He's adding the aggravated ones as well.
Oh, aggravated. Oh,
yeah.
Well, okay, that's fair.
Yeah,
there's a reason why the court document has separated these 2 charges.
Well,
I'll just say it.
This is true, but he's a normal guy who doesn't really know the law very well, obviously because he lost a lawsuit. So I can understand here.
I feel like he should know it a little bit better now.
Probably not. I'm disappointed he didn't start with the classic YouTube sigh. I'm surprised he didn't start with "What's up, you absolute legends." The fact that he didn't do that, because that's his moniker in every single video.
Dude, it was funny when Potentially Criminal covered the video, and it was funny when Potentially Criminal covered not the video, the result of the lawsuit, and repeatedly called Karl Jobst an absolute legend and mocking.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
He's like, yeah, this absolute legend lost his lawsuit.
That's perfect. I think I'm gonna do. I'll try and do that here. So this absolute legend, Karl Jobst, has lost his lawsuit. All right, let's continue.
What's up, you absolute legends? I'm here to talk about my absolute legendary loss.
Absolutely legendary, exactly. Legendary loss that will ring throughout the ages.
Personally, I disagree with the judge's decision, and so I'm currently exploring any potential avenues for appeal. An appeal may stay the judgment on application until the appeal has concluded, which might result in several outcomes. The appeal could be dismissed and I would be ordered to pay the original judgment. The judgment amount may be lowered if the court finds it excessive, or the judgment may be overturned completely if the court finds errors of law have been made. This entire process can take up to a year or longer.
I feel like we need some Subway Surfer in here.
So as it stands, this remains an ongoing battle, and it's not a battle I hope to give up easily. This has been very upsetting, but truthfully, losing a court case isn't the end of the world, even if it is to Billy Mitchell. It sucks, it's not what I wanted, I know it's not what many others wanted, but life will go on. Unfortunately for me, something else has happened that has been far more upsetting, and far more difficult to deal with. Many people are upset and angry with me as they believe I have misled them and lied to them about the nature of the lawsuit. Some even go as far as saying that I...
So here's what's funny. He'll say that he was very surprised that people were this upset with him because of factors that he'll talk about. And I do find it kind of interesting. I'm very interested to see what people think because it is listening to what he says, it does bring an interesting view on the situation.
This part, we'll let it continue, but I was aware of the Karl Jobst situation when Billy filed the lawsuit, when Karl Jobst made the video, when he made his freaking when he made his GoFundMe and everything. I read the GoFundMe. I read everything that he gave us at that time. Nothing in there was about him being blamed, him blaming Billy Mitchell for the what's his face's self
Apollo Legend.
Apollo
so
Legend.
like, I want to see his perspective, fine, but I was there. I have an eidetic memory, and I goddamn know he didn't fucking talk about that part of the case, which was the main part of the case.
Pretty much. Patchouli, thank you for the 5. Throwing the cash for Ricky's hot sauce fund. Thank you. That's Billy Mitchell's hot sauce. I also recommend the wing platters at the physical locations. Very much appreciated.
I intentionally lied to the public to scam people out of their money through my GoFundMe. Mostly, people are upset because they believed the trial was about me accusing Billy Mitchell of cheating, but it turned out to be something else. The backlash has been pretty brutal, and it's not something I'd like to happen again, so I think it's very important for me to be as honest and transparent as I possibly can. I'm going to go through the entire timeline as it happened so that you have as much information as possible. At certain points, I'm going to have to combat things that people have said about me that aren't true. But that doesn't mean I didn't also make mistakes and that there also aren't valid criticisms. I hope to address criticisms that I think are wrong and those that I think are right. And I apologize about the generic Minecraft footage, but I just don't do well on camera. So this will have to do. On the 26th of May 2021, I released a video titled "The Biggest Con-Men in Video Game History Strike Again." In that video, I discussed 2 new lawsuits that have been filed by Todd Rogers and Billy Mitchell. At the end of the video, I outlined all of the various lawsuits Billy Mitchell had filed against others. And when I came around to Billy's lawsuit against the YouTuber Apollo Legend, I said these words. He also sued YouTuber Apollo Legend for $1 million. I haven't spoken about this publicly, but this lawsuit ultimately ended with Apollo giving in and settling with Mitchell. He was forced to remove all of his videos about Mitchell's cheating and paid him a large sum of money. This left him deeply in debt, which required him to find extra work. But with his ongoing health issues, this was all too much of a burden, and he ultimately took his own life. Not that Billy Mitchell would ever care though. In fact, when Billy Mitchell thought Apollo died earlier, he expressed joy at the thought. The lawsuit against Apollo was just as frivolous as the rest, and Apollo definitely would have won in court, but again, he was extremely ill and couldn't handle the ongoing stress. This was inaccurate because the settlement terms did not involve Apollo Legend paying Billy any money. Even though this claim did turn out to be false, I believed it to be true at the time. I had been personally told there was a cash settlement, which numerous others said they
So this is where he gets into how he feels justified in publishing what he said and not taking it down.
were told as well, and this was also stated by multiple Reddit users.
And we're gonna pause this right here.
Oh my god.
You did hear that correctly. He did go based off of Reddit comments. Reddit comments. He trusted Reddit comments.
This is the angriest toggle I have.
Guys,
Here.
look, it's true. It's totally true. I heard it on Reddit. Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and we're gonna read some of these messages here. We're gonna pause.
Oh, you know, another quick little side message, by the way. I remember reading something. He said, "Oh, we ran my case through AI, and there was no feasible way for me to."
He's got a combat for them too. He's got one too.
Relying on AI has cost multiple attorneys their fucking license.
He's got an excuse for that too.
Okay, give me. I'm gonna glow.
It's later in the video. Muda 2.0 chat. Muda and him are best friends. They expose people online together. Be careful with those toggles, Ava. Don't worry, chat. She disabled the toggle that you were worried about. But anyway, let's go ahead and I'll read this here. So this is one of the ones that he brings up on the screen where he's talking to this guy, talking about how this Reddit comment here is a source here. Let's see, blank. I don't really want to draw you back into things, but I remember you mentioning that Apollo settlement did involve a cash settlement in addition to the video rights agreement. There was a cash settlement, but to my best knowledge, Billy took much less and really only wanted the videos. According to Junior, whom I do speak with, Bill cut a very fair and human deal with Apollo enough so that Junior was pissed. I don't know who this is. I don't know who he's talking about. This could be literally fucking anybody, and he's deciding to include this in here, so I don't know why he's including this in here. And then this is another comment here saying, one big problem is that even to Team Billy, Billy lies to them, so they, TB as a source, can be troublesome. I will look tonight, but I know I was told that Billy took ownership of Apollo's videos, and Apollo's parents pushed Apollo to settle this issue, and that a huge chunk of the earnings from the videos was collected. I will find it because I never erase anything from that group. I also have the contact of one of the guys that showed up to Florida with Apollo the night of the Arcane Games sales event. Billy, took it as a huge win. Huge win was told to me by Casey when they were closer. Again, I don't know what there's a lot of information here, but I don't know what a lot of this context is. So it's like, it's bits and pieces. There's a lot of bits and pieces here, but I don't have context. These are just random ass comments. Okay, so
thank you, Sparky's Tech Corner, for the raid.
Oh, thank you for the raid, Sparky. Welcome. Very much appreciated. So these are the Reddit comments. Here's the interesting thing. This. Hold on a moment. This is 5 minutes ago. This is 4 years ago. This is 14 minutes ago. Okay. There's a chance that he screenshotted this.
What? Just, I'm sorry.
You see what the issue is?
Why is two of these very recent, and then one just 4 years ago?
You see what my problem with this is? Why? Why can't you show the whole Reddit post? Please show
Does Reddit just throw posts like that?
I don't know. Anyway,
4 years ago, 8 years. What's happening?
I wonder if the middle screen cap is one he grabbed while making this video, while the other two he grabbed
when they.
Like
to me.
It is possible, but because there's no context, people are allowed to assume whatever the fuck they want, and it is on him to actually prove that they were done when they were done. But so reading this here, this one Ricky BM guy says Apollo settled. He paid $50K to Billy, took all his videos down, agreed never to accuse him of cheating or anything else negative. He basically bent the knee. Then Airstez Cats, which has had a DM from him earlier, he showed in the video here. This is gross and beyond disappointing. Let's just say there's no doubt that this settlement included a non-insignificant amount of money to pay to Billy, which he will in turn use to fuel his baseless lawsuits against others, like Twin Galaxies, Donkey Kong Forum, Karl, Jobst, or anyone else he feels emboldened to sue now. Thanks for nothing, dude. And then Mio456 says, be careful though, Billy not only was able to pressure Apollo Legend into quitting YouTube, but also a sizable settlement. It's a dangerous game that Karl has now engaged in. He has to be very calculated. Again,
But none of those are actual proof.
No, none of these are proof whatsoever.
With one of them even claiming...
Okay, so here's one. This is a follow-up of the other one here. 2 hours ago. Hold on a moment. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm going to be parsing through this.
It'd be really funny if he has all these screenshots are 15 minutes ago, 2 hours ago. It's like, hey guys, it would have been nice if I had this information and I could have used it in court. Because this is all information that you are presenting us that happened after your court
Wait a minute.
hearing, right? Which means that none of this to me is relevant. You have the court documents. You have how the court case went. You should have the fucking transcripts.
Mhm.
Show us that stuff. Show us what's relevant and why things fell apart. Because you showing us Reddit posts it's not doing it.
So here's something.
Isn't it literal hearsay?
That's for you.
Thank you so much. This is literal hearsay. An out-of-court statement.
Because that's the thing. Anyone could go
I
on
paused
Reddit
because I wanted to see if anybody's able to... An out-of-court statement, pressed for the truth of the matter, in the affirmative. So, but yeah, this is all hearsay, which is, I guarantee you what happened is in court, he kept getting objected to due to hearsay, and he just fucking, his attorney just kept going and lost the fucking lawsuit over that shit. And then here he is again, guys, but Reddit said, Reddit is the true God. Fucking some ordinary gamers knows it.
Yeah. Oh my god, why did the super chat goal end? Hold on a moment, chat. I thought I said it for 3 hours. There we go. Anyway, here's something that I thought that was interesting. So this screenshot, and in all good faith possible, this could have been taken by a couple different people. This screenshot was 14 minutes ago when the screenshot was taken, and then this one, which is the exact same screenshot, was taken 2 hours ago. So these were either taken, I am going to assume these were taken by two completely different people. Or, I just don't understand why it's completely different screenshots with completely different timetables that they were taken. It's just kind of bizarro world to me. Like I need to understand why these were taken the way they are. And again, because there's little to no context, people are allowed to assume the most not egregious, but like
this wouldn't be admitted into court as evidence because of how messed up it is. Like maybe he layered these screenshots, maybe whatever, but we can't confirm that. We're not going to have forensics fucking rip their hair out trying to confirm it. So toss it. This can't be admitted. So why is it in your fucking video?
Pretty much. Anyway, we'll read this here. This person says, I'm not super in the No One Apollo. I do know that he had a lot going on than just Billy Mitchell. And then from what he talked about, he needed to work on more ways to cover the settlement's payment schedule, as well as the significant mental health toll the ordeal took on him. Dark Viper AU also launched a pretty strong attack on many of his followers piled onto Apollo. Dark Viper is a funny guy as well. He's also an interesting Australian individual that Karl Jobst is buddies with.
He keeps appearing in my recommended, and I've avoided him specifically because people are like, oh no, don't go. But he does a lot of what's it called, content.
He is a
GTA
flag.
content.
He likes to flag things that people say about him that he does not like. So I will not react to him.
Oh, come on, you fucking dick.
Yeah, he's flagged people in the past, so I'm very careful to. I'm mentioning him is okay, but like showing his stuff is like dangerous. Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, if he's the guy I think he is, he's the one who doesn't believe in fair use as like a concept. Like if you cover his video in your own, no matter how transformative you make it,
sovereign citizens don't consider themselves people, but they're still people.
Here, this is Dark Viper AU. He is the guy who did the whole
oh my god,
reacts.
Another potential candidate for the JD Vance thing.
He did a gigantic Google Doc that he also likes to reference how many pages it is, talking about fair use and how people that react to content should be jailed or forced to pay the money of the people that they reacted to. So he's a very interesting character. And again, the only reason why I don't talk about him is because he potentially does like to flag people, and it's not good.
Wait a minute. He's hated on reactors and especially on Moist Critical, but he's also collabed with Moist Critical?
I don't think he has collabed with Moist. I think the only reason he collabed with Moist Critical is to debate Moist Critical. He's one of the Tards of Diorio.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, I don't consider a debate a collab. You know, like Moist Critical's debate with Sneeko, that wasn't a collab.
Yeah. It was 14 pages! Yeah, that's the thing, is he always screams, 14 pages, chat! 14 pages! Yes. Yes, and chat, I do have something to talk about with Diorio tonight.
No. 14 pages?
Yeah. I'll find it.
I did the wrong. Hold on. There we go.
I'll find it.
14 pages is fucking amateur shit, dude. Like, I could do that in 5th grade. Like, 14 pages talking about the justification of fair use or not. Like, dude, I believe in fair use, and even I could still think of like 30 pages of arguing against it. Like, that's pathetic.
Yeah.
Some of my video scripts are over 100 pages.
I know.
Big flex is just shit. Yeah, thank you, Kritosis. Thank you. Yeah, no, for real. Like, 14 pages is fucking nothing.
Yeah. Hypocrisy is common in this area, so nothing surprising. Very accurate. Anyway, it's just a funny little side thing to bring up that Dark Viper AU, who was also like dogpiled on Apollo Legend, is buddies with Karl Jobst, which is funny to say the least, knowing the context here.
Even claiming to have spoken with Apollo directly. Obviously, a Reddit post isn't usually very credible, but this person made these comments and was talking about the settlement before the settlement was even public, which implied to me that they knew what they were talking about and it was trustworthy.
Okay.
What?
Why
Like, this
did
is
you
actually-
fucking listen to your attorney? Did he have an attorney? Did he go fucking...
Ava,
like, what's happened? Like,
will you tell me why this is a bad idea to take a Reddit comment at face value like this? Can you explain like why this is very stupid to take at face value? I think she's so shocked. I mean, I would be.
She's broken.
I'm sorry. I stopped responding for a second, but like, okay.
She went nonverbal.
Like, what is crazy to me here is the fact that he's like, I'm assuming he collected these screenshots after his court date, after his hearing, after his trial, which means that like discoveries happened. All relevant information regarding the case has been given to him and his attorney. Why the fuck are you going to Reddit, you absolute maniac?
No. You gotta say absolute legend.
Like, I don't.
Absolute legend.
Okay, you know what? Either any website, any fucking website, you should have everything you need printed out in paper. Lots and lots of fucking. You know how much paper the courts use? Fucking, like, just Jesus Christ. I'm so beside myself with, like, well, I thought that this was information was credible. Did you talk to your fucking attorney? Did you use Huel from fucking Breaking Bad, the big fat bodyguard? Like, is that why you lost? Because Jesus.
Oh my gosh.
That's super chat.
Gator Time just posted in the chat. No, he used Reddit in his case.
Yeah. Yeah. Really quickly here, I'll catch up on these super chats. Archeon for 5 says, keep in mind that Apollo Legend blamed 2 of Karl's friends in the Apollo's final letter. Yes, this is true.
Yep.
Which we just mentioned. Sparky for 5 says, it'd be funny if Billy drops all the transcripts. That would be nice. I'd really love if Billy did that. I want to interview Billy. As much as I like have some tism against him because I'm upset with how he treated Steve Weebly in the King of Kong thing. I feel like that was mostly an acting thing. I do want to interview him. So I kind of want to reach out and say, Billy, you want to be interviewed? Talk about this all. I want to be one of the first people that you talk to about it. Although I can't pay you. I want to interview you. And then Ike for 5 says, you really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and lie? No, crazy. Am I right?
And to the idea that
Honestly,
Apollo...
you know, I know exactly what that's from. That's from, what's that old show?
Arthur,
I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I need to get that clip.
Yeah.
I want to actually have that clip for my stream.
It's a good clip. It's a very good clip.
Legend may have
should
paid
get that for
Billy
my
Mitchell
soundboard
a
as
large
well.
sum of money was already out in the public. In a 2020 EasyScape video, he said this.
Like I mentioned at the start of the video, there's a good chance that Apollo had to pay Billy a large amount of money in the settlement, and rumors online suggest it to be anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000 if this is what happened.
The important
If-
distinction, however, is that Easy...
Oh my god, there's so many qualifiers there that, like, show this is not trustworthy.
EasyScape did not claim this as a fact,
it's all just
but rather...
speculation. This is
Yeah.
There's rumors. People speculate. If. That seems to say it's not fucking reliable now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a bunch of bullshit.
Pretty much.
that it was just a good possibility. And I will need to point out that despite EasyScape thanking me in the description of this video, which people have then used to falsely claim that I went after Apollo Legend in some way, I had absolutely no input on anything he said regarding Apollo Legend, and I had no idea what he was going to say prior to the video's release. I had only simply provided him with some legal documents.
Okay, let's see here. This is regarding this video. See online, you've been getting flack for being credited in my video about Apollo. Okay, this doesn't really matter.
And information regarding the Todd Rogers and Billy Mitchell lawsuits.
Easy clarified you did not, Karl. Accurate, yes.
And EasyScape
Okay, we
proactively
have
reached
another
out to
problem
me
here.
and
No, pause it. He just said he provided legal documents and then he showed this screenshot. This is not a legal document. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, if you have the legal document, show it.
Yeah. Why don't you show it?
Like
allowed me to post it.
oh, Jesus.
Did someone actually cause Apollo to commit suicide? Excuse me. I don't know all the facts of it, so I'm not going to say. But I will say that there were other people that did not include Billy that were bullying him harder. One of them being
The
Karl
answer
Jobst's
is
friend.
no.
Yeah, the answer is obviously no, but there were other people.
There was a lot going on in Apollo's life. There's no singular person or group of person who can be uniquely identified or blamed for Apollo's tragic end.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much, yeah.
His statement confirming this was the case. With all of the corroborating evidence I had, I believed at that time that Apollo Legend did pay Billy Mitchell money in the settlement. And this was not something that I merely fabricated or constructed myself. In Apollo Legends' goodbye video, which I won't replay here out of respect, he confirmed that he had health issues and that he had unpaid debts which he did not want to pass on to his estate, and he asked people to donate to his GoFundMe because of this. As a fellow YouTuber, I also know how much money Apollo was making on his Billy videos, which was money that he would also stop making due to having to remove these videos from his channel. And of course, you don't need to be sued to realize that being sued is an extremely stressful thing. And especially now after being sued myself, I can only say that you cannot imagine the stress this puts on you until it happens. Apollo himself even admitted this in a Discord message, and I can only assume—
Hold on. Let's see here. Apollo, you there? Saw the video from Dwayne Richard. Don't go offing yourself now. Heard that you're depressed. I don't know if it's the lawsuit that has got you stressed, but don't stop worrying about it. I'm dealing with it for you. The waiting part is the most stressful part of all, but as I said, you're not the target, and I'll get Billy stubborn ass to move forward with this agreement.
He should not be showing this.
No, this is... Wow, this is... Why would he show that? I don't know.
It's not directly saying it, but this is another screenshot that is insinuating this is the reason Apollo did what he did.
Yeah.
And that's why he was sued. This is, it's not crossing the line yet, but this is approaching re-defamation.
Yeah. Pretty much. And then Apollo says, I appreciate it. The lawsuit has definitely raised my stress levels, but I have a lot else going on. Thank you for your help and concern.
that the other things he's referring to included.
But by the way, this is the one of the big statements that Billy uses to show that Apollo does not blame him for all of the stuff that's going on.
His health issues. To be clear though, I never said Billy caused Apollo's suicide, nor have I ever believed that. No one is responsible for Apollo's decision other than Apollo. If you read my words carefully, I simply laid out a sequence of events that happened one after another. I said there was a lawsuit, Apollo settled, he was in debt, though I was incorrect about the cause of the debt, he needed extra work, and he had ongoing health issues. Then I said this was all too much of a burden, and he ultimately took his own life. I deliberately used words like and but to connect these events. I didn't use words like because or as a result of. I was also very careful to mention Apollo's pre-existing health issues as a major factor. When I said this was all too much, I was clearly referring to multiple things together. The debt, the extra work, and his health issues, all simply as existing, not as causative factors.
This is already my eyes are rolling into the back of my head because he's relitigating right now. This has been litigated in court. You were found to be full of shit. Like he's trying to gain the court of public opinion on his side again. But the fact of this is relitigating, and a judge would admonish him for this, if not hold him in contempt if he continued.
It also just seems like classic cope. I totally didn't do it, guys. I was just totally careful to not make the mistake that I made and just lost a lawsuit for.
Yeah. Yep.
That Mitchell's lawsuit caused or could have caused Apollo's death. Any connection someone might draw between the lawsuit and Apollo's passing goes beyond what I actually said. I was extremely careful, though obviously not careful enough, not to make that claim, because I know the difference between describing a sequence of events and assigning blame for a tragedy. I did, however, get one statement of fact wrong.
You clearly
and
don't,
trust
because
me,
the
I
courts
learned
pointed you out and said, hey, you don't recognize that difference and fucking punished you. Like, no, you don't recognize that difference, you maniac.
Also, I don't think, like, insinuating it protects him. Like, hey, these two guys went into a room together, and then one left and the other was dead. That doesn't necessarily mean one killed the other. It doesn't necessarily mean it's murder. But the way it's presented is like, oh yeah, he totally killed the other guy.
Like, insinuation can be considered an accusation.
I'm not saying he killed the other guy, but isn't it suspicious that the other guy is dead now?
It's like, it's like some Among Us freaking, like, finding a body thing, right? It's like, well, I'm not saying I found a knife back here and somebody else dropped it, but that could have been what happened. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So, yeah, he has, like... He's approaching this and arguing this with like a 13-year-old's mentality, and it's really pissing me off.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's almost
immediate.
Go ahead.
It's almost that thing where kids picking on each other. One will like put their hand close to another's face and be like, "I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you." It's like, you know what you're doing, you little shit.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Oh my god, he's in my bubble. Teacher, hey, snitches get stitches.
So far, So far, you're reacting the exact way I think you would have you guys are reacting, and it's fantastic.
Immediately. Ever since this very video back in 2021, and because of the resulting lawsuit, I have always endeavored to be much more careful about what I say. And if I do say something factual, I always try to ensure that I have ample concrete evidence to support it. On the 4th of June, 2021, I was...
So this is from Killer Keemstar showing the DMs, where Keemstar's like, I gotta talk to you about Apollo and Billy Mitchell. You got iPhone. And then they FaceTime.
Contacted by Keemstar, who on a call advised me that Billy was very unhappy with the comment I made regarding the settlement, and that it was false. In response to this, I removed...
Okay. I've edited out the section. Will take a few hours. This is based on your word. I'll be confirming from his brother also, and if his brother backs up this, or Mitchell provides any concrete evidence I was wrong, I'll make a statement about it. If I have nothing concrete, I'll just leave the video, edit it out, and won't mention it anywhere. Yup. I'll let him know that I'm always willing to correct myself if proven wrong. I told him already, I explained to him the dream situation, told him you want to be correct more than anything.
This is immensely frustrating because, okay, I'm hearing a bunch of rumors that there's money involved, blah, 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 blah. So I'm going to make a video and I'm not going to confirm those rumors with the brother who I have contact with. I'm just going to post them rather than confirming them. Like, how fucking stupid are you?
Yeah, it's just like, how easy would it have been to just call? Like, if he has this contact... Like, I don't know if he got this contact before or after he made this video about Billy Mitchell, but, like, could he not have said, hey, I'm thinking about making a video about this. Can you confirm or deny something like a good journalist would do?
It's like a basic thing to confirm, like, your information from, like, a primary source.
Yeah, there's a big clarification I may comment on soon. All right. Billy has sued people for less than one, if that helps. This is true, yeah.
Removed that section and advised Keemstar to tell Billy that I had removed it and that I would make a retraction if Apollo's brother or Billy provides evidence that the claim was false. I then sent Apollo's brother an email explaining the situation and asked if he could confirm if I...
Letting you know the footage of Ben has been removed from my video. Hoping you don't mind confirming something for me. The video mentioned that part of Ben's settlement with Billy was he was required to pay money. See the information from a few sources, but not from Ben directly. Billy is threatening to sue me about this. Claiming that I provided wrong information. I really don't want to ever give out wrong information. Do you know if money was exchanged?
I received this information from a few sources. Citation, literally fucking Reddit.
According to what he said early in the video, literally fucking Reddit. Yeah.
My statement was incorrect. Several hours after I removed the statement from my video, Billy posted to his channel a response video. In it, he stated that my claim was wrong and that I was accusing him of murder.
May 26th, Jobst released a video downright loaded with false defamatory statements. The most heinous accusation related to Apollo's passing. In the video, Jobst outright states that I drove Apollo to suicide. In his words, he may as well have just said murder.
Several days later, I received a concerns notice from Billy's lawyer. This is a legal document that you must send to someone before you sue.
Now here's my question. Do we have the video of this statement?
Where Billy Mitchell talks. I would have to dig for it, but I believe I have the original Billy Mitchell video. He privated it.
Hold on. Not the one with Billy Mitchell, but the one where Karl Jobst
Oh, yeah.
Video blaming.
What's funny is I think it's in the Billy Mitchell video. Hold on.
I don't.
Let me see if I can find it.
It might be. But if it is, and we can see what the actual what the statement in question the court was looking at for the defamatory statement, I'd love to see that.
Let me see here.
Because there is a specific statement that was said that was found liable for defamation. And I'm guessing it's this specific video in this specific sentence. And we can find it, we can see, look at the, okay, this is what he said, and this is what the court found to be defamatory, so...
I would like to find it as well. Give me one moment.
While Akko is looking for that, out of curiosity, Ava, if Jobst hired you to defend him on this case, what advice would you have given him? Or would you just be like, nope, find someone else?
Oh God, I'm fucked. No. In all honesty, I would see like there's a conversation, right? Like a consultation that I would have with Karl, before like anything's decided, where he'd tell me the whole story, buddy. Yeah, you know. From there, based on what he says,
I got the video.
I would, form a game plan. Oh, cool, awesome. Hold on, real quick. But I found my game plan. But the second that I saw him doing like making this fucking GoFundMe and misrepresenting the nature of the lawsuit and all this, I'd be like, dude, I have to drop you as a client. You are doing shit that is just not, I cannot represent you.
Again, he has an excuse
in
for
any
that.
kind of good, like in any
Oh, yeah,
good
I've seen
moral
the
standing.
excuse,
Right?
too.
I don't care if he has an excuse. Like there ain't no fucking okay, cool, okay. Let's see this video.
All right. So this video is 5 minutes. This is the Billy Mitchell response that he's talking about here, where he does actually show the clip of the video here.
Greetings.
By the way, if you are listening, you are only going to hear it out of the left ear because Billy didn't correct the audio here.
To everyone who took the time to click on this video, I'm Billy Mitchell, and welcome to my channel. In fact, many of you may find it hard to believe that I'm here, because I almost never upload to YouTube.
I can't tell
for any
if his
reason.
hair is hair or
However,
it's a hood.
I wanted to formally respond to recent accusations
I know, I hate it.
of me related to Apollo Legend.
I'm not saying anything.
May 26th, Jobs released a video downright loaded with false defamatory statements. The most heinous accusation related to Apollo's passing. In the video, Jobs outright states that I drove Apollo to suicide. In his words, he may as well have just said murder.
Okay, that's actually
For those of
extremely
you
funny. He's
who
using a
haven't seen-
teleprompter. It's very weird, but I can tell he's reading.
Yeah. Well, he's got to be very professional. I think he took some time to write this out, and you can tell he used a lawyer for a lot of what he's saying right here.
Yeah, he did.
Not
Yeah,
just
no,
that, but
everything so far is like really solid. Like, I hate to give Billy Mitchell a W, but it seems like this is the one time he handled a lawsuit seriously and he got the W. Like,
Mm-hmm.
not just that, but it is hard for some people to just speak off the cuff. When I do my videos, I need my script in front of me.
Same here, if I want to do something good.
Seen it? Here's the clip.
He also sued YouTuber Apollo Legend
So this is the clip, by the way, that got him sued.
for $1 million. I haven't
Yeah, here
spoken
we
about
go,
this
let's watch.
publicly, but this lawsuit ultimately ended with Apollo giving in and settling with Mitchell. He was forced to remove all of his videos about Mitchell's cheating and paid him a large sum of money. This left him deeply in debt, which required him to find extra work. But with his ongoing health issues, this was all too much of a burden, and he ultimately took his own life. Not that Billy Mitchell would ever care though. In fact, when Billy Mitchell thought Apollo died earlier, he expressed joy at the thought. The lawsuit against Apollo was just as frivolous as the rest, and Apollo definitely would have won in court, but again, he was extremely ill and couldn't handle the ongoing stress.
So that's the statement that got him sued. That is what Billy Mitchell decided was
yeah,
defamatory.
No, I'm sorry. That's fucking, yeah, that's defamatory. That was a direct insinuation. That was a little more than an insinuation. That was a correlation that you drew between Apollo's end and Billy Mitchell's contributions to that. Like, no, I'm sorry. I completely see why the judge found in favor of Billy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like he doesn't seem to understand, Karl, that he didn't just be like, oh, well, maybe it was one of these factors. He's putting them all together and saying that, yeah, all of these factors combined caused this, which means that you're directly implicating...
Billy, yeah, he was basically saying that, Carl was saying that Billy Mitchell was the start of the domino effect that led to Apollo's self-end. So,
Yeah.
like, it's quite literally, you directly called him the source of everything that happened that drove him to his death. Like, you're Jesus, dude. Yeah, absolutely. You deserve the L on this. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like as I said when I first covered this, it's just like I'm sure that like this was stressful, But this did not. You can't say that this contributed because, like, with how many random ass things probably went on in Apollo's life, you cannot say this. There's so many factors that contribute to anybody feeling depressed in general. But at the end of the day, people do not commit because of other people. They choose actively to take that choice for themselves. Nobody, like Billy Mitchell did not hold a gun to this man's head and say, you must take your life. He didn't do that. This man actively decided to do it himself, which is very sad and very depressing to think of, but you cannot put the blame on Billy at all.
Yeah.
Sue them for defamation.
I can't get over the fact that he's like sitting here making a video trying to make excuses and say that, oh, well, the court is wrong because you see, I didn't just say that it was Billy. I also gave these other factors, as if that means anything. It's like that doesn't absolve you of anything, you idiot. You
Here's
still
what's
fucking
most annoying about it too. He literally he isn't technically lying when he said he laid out other factors, but we got to hear the statement for our own ears, and based on how he laid that out, Billy Mitchell was clearly what would be called the catalyst to everything else. So all those other factors that you laid out would not have happened had Billy Mitchell not been the spark, the igniter, right? So while, yes, you laid other things out, they were all blamed on Billy Mitchell's initial actions as well. So, like, you're giving us a half truth, and it's really fucking annoying because I know he knows what he's doing.
Yeah. Which, again, here's another factor that wasn't considered during the lawsuit, but is definitely very interesting to think about. Again, one of the individuals that is mentioned by Apollo Legend for causing him stress is Dark Viper AU, who is buddies with Karl Jobst. Karl Jobst does not mention that at all during this video, which is very funny. Very, very, very funny. So I have to, like, when you know that extra fact tacked onto it, it really starts to open your eyes and ears and make you think.
It's the first step in the process. It needs to outline the words of which they complain, what they imply, and why they are false. I didn't take this seriously when I received it, because it was—
You should have taken it very seriously. They're basically saying, we're going to sue you if you don't fix this. Why don't you take it serious?
Oh my god.
So what, he pulled an Alex Jones? Like we saw how that worked for him. If you ignore these requests and these, like, come on, dude. Like, who was his... I'm gonna look up his fucking thing, because he had to have had representation.
He did.
There's no way he represented himself.
He did.
There is one thing I do want to ask. There are probably, like, cases where, like, you get sent a cease and desist, and it's like, well, yeah, it's invalid, though. Maybe that's what he was thinking, just giving him the benefit of the doubt on this one.
Well, like, sometimes you can take a cease and desist, like, it'd be like, whatever, you know, wipe your ass with it. But
yeah,
a cease and desist is basically, it's the closest thing to legal, it precedes legal action being taken. It's basically formal notice, gun, hey, this is what I've noticed that you're doing. This is how it is damaging me, my property, whatever, etc. This is what I'm asking that you do to rectify it. And if you do not respond to this, or if you if you say no, then I'm going to escalate and file a complaint with the courts. So cease and desist, you don't need to be an attorney to send somebody a cease and desist, right?
No.
But in order to escalate beyond a C&D, you would need an attorney, right? But it's similar to like a writ of demand. It's basically just like, hey, this is me showing you that I'm serious, and this is me giving myself kudos and brownie points to the courts when I sue you, and I show, hey, I made an honest effort to reach out to the offended party before bringing it to the courts, and this is how I was treated. So a cease and desist is pretty much like, hey, I tried to handle this civilly, and they denied me, and so I have to bring you guys in. So okay, fine. Some people can take like like a DFCA. You couldn't take. you couldn't take what's it called on seriously. Like a DMCA pretty much happens immediately, like what Pirate Software did to PVT parts of Anarchy Studios, right? But a cease and desist, depending on who it's coming from, I would like if I got one from Nintendo, I take that goddamn seriously. So, like, dude, you still have yourself to blame.
Yep. Yep, pretty much.
Wasn't the first concerns notice that Billy had ever sent me. A year earlier, Billy had sent me a concerns notice after I called him a cheater in a video about Guinness World Records. This was just after they reinstated his fake world records. The concerns notice was ridiculous, as obviously Billy is a proven cheater and everyone knows this, and it falsely claimed that I implied he was a criminal because I suggested that he may have paid Guinness to reinstate his scores, even though paying Guinness to adjudicate world records is literally their business model. And during this time, Billy was suing multiple entities for telling the truth that he is a cheater. So there was no reason for me to believe that his second concerns notice regarding Apollo Legend was any more trustworthy, and I assumed it was completely bogus and an attempt to silence me, just like all of his other.
So because he had already received one from Billy Mitchell and nothing had happened, he thought the exact same thing would happen again.
Their actions. A couple of days
That just means that, like, it just means that Billy Mitchell afforded you the mercy of sending you another C&D before, like, okay, dude, I really mean it this time. And you're like, oh, whatever. And look at that. You got sued.
Mm-hmm. Yup.
Also, Archeon says Karl had a lawyer that told him the smart and right things to do, and Karl fired them. Is that true?
I have no idea.
It sounds like it.
I'm gonna need some.
How else do you take this?
I'm gonna need some proof for that, but that would be funny if true.
Please, God, let that be true.
After I received Billy's concerns notice regarding Apollo Legend, I re-edited my video to add back in my claims regarding the settlement. Again, I believed them to be true, and my efforts to avoid legal action by taking them down had failed. In the pinned comment of Billy's response video, he even said that
Karl Jobst removed the allegations from the video. A reliable third party confirmed the legitimacy of his allegations directed to him. Currently unaware of any official retraction, however. Either way, that simply will not do. Billy, that's not how you spell do. Jobst fallacies is a baseless story with fictitious events to pin me as suicide on me. He seemingly thinks that a simple removal reconciles his conduct. Absolutely not. The damage has been done. Over 600,000 people saw that video before he removed the claims. He pins the suicide on me in front of hundreds of thousands of people, makes thousands of dollars on ad and sponsor revenue, and drives a GoFundMe to $50,000 with the emotions he drew from those claims. In exchange, I received tons of hate on social media calling me a murderer, saying that I killed Apollo Legend, that I have blood on my hands. No, thank you, Karl.
that removing the words or making a retraction would make no difference. Several days after I reinstated my claim, I received an email reply from Apollo Legend's brother. He confirmed that originally Billy had tried to get money from Apollo, but this greatly upset Apollo because he simply had no money to give. And ultimately, they adjusted the settlement, and in the final
this is more. Oh my god, dude. I'm sorry. I just like. We're watching reenacting, so it's
I can hear you rubbing your
like,
head in this.
Like, it's re-litigation, it's re-defamation. Like he's basically what? Oh Jesus Christ! Like Billy Mitchell absolutely could take this video and go, hey, he's still doing the shit. He's still doing the shit, right? And oh, god damn it, because like
this isn't legal advice,
you know what, Karl?
but
Even if you delete this video, I've downloaded this video. So here's the thing about like, oh, I deleted it, so it's fine. I can't be sued for defamation. What
the damage is already done.
What happens if you try to delete something off the internet? Yeah, exactly. The damage is already done. Now, deleting it can help mitigate the damage, limit how much, the courts force you to pay. But it doesn't eliminate.
It's just hilarious.
Gator time, you're absolutely right. This literally proves that Billy was telling the truth.
Just again, like doing basic due diligence and waiting to make the fucking video and asking the brother in the first place would have prevented all of this. Hey, I heard rumors about this thing. Can you confirm? No, that's not true. Okay, I won't put that in my video then and get sued and fucking lose in a few years. Like a fucking idiot.
What an idiot. Do you know how badly you have to fuck up to make Billy Mitchell look competent and good? Like, Jesus.
Yeah.
version, there was no money transferred. As soon as I received this email, I removed my claim from my video, and it has been gone ever since. After I removed the claim from my video, we responded to Billy's lawyers advising them that the segment was removed and that I would be issuing a retraction. Billy said this was not sufficient, and in the response from Billy's lawyer, they stated that proceedings were necessary. Despite this, I still planned on releasing a retraction, and in my video, The Greatest Feat in Video Game History, I included this segment at the end. Now, before I finish the video, I would like to take this opportunity to correct something that I said in a previous video. Back in May, I talked about the new law.
Fuck you.
A retraction at the end of an unrelated video is nothing. You're a fucking moron.
Absolute fucking it. Like, what a way to hide the retraction.
Not only
Like this,
You know what this reminds me? You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of Nux quote unquote apologizing to Bungo Taiga by addressing what he did at the very end of that video he posted. Like, come on, dude, you can't post a 27-minute video and 25 minutes into the video you address that thing that you're supposed to address. Like,
you want to know what's funny?
Damn it, people.
The judge ended up using how badly his retraction was as an aggravating factor to his decision. Like, the judge literally said, "You did such a poor job with this retraction, I'm making you pay more money."
I mean, fair.
But dude,
I just realized this isn't the exact joke The Simpsons made in an episode. The one where Homer gets accused of touching the woman's ass when he was just getting the gummy Venus de Milo offer.
Yeah, I remember that one. It's a good one.
The joke at the end is, sometimes we get things wrong. Here's a list of retractions we'd like to make. It's just a bunch of text scrolling so fast you can't even read it at the end of their episode.
Yep. It's a joke based off of Fox News or some shit like that. Perfect.
Yeah, but like, if you're gonna do a retraction for like a genuine, very serious defamation claim, you have to make that its own video. That's the kind of thing you have to put out there and be very clear about.
Exactly. It's its
like,
own video.
Pathetic.
No matter how long or short it is, say this is its own video.
Lawsuits filed by Todd Rogers and Billy Mitchell. In that video, I made the claim that Apollo Legend paid money to Billy Mitchell as part of their settlement. I would never make such a claim unless I had very good evidence to support my position. In response to this, Billy Mitchell released a video accusing me of lying and claimed,
"Yeah,
I wouldn't have made this claim if I didn't have good evidence to support my claim."
The evidence?
Literally
Reddit.
fucking Reddit. What an absolute legend.
Exactly. This man is an absolute fucking legend.
that no money was exchanged. He didn't provide any evidence.
Literally, his defense is, hey, you didn't hear from me.
To back up this claim, nor did he attempt to get in contact with me to clear up any misinformation I may have had. However, I did investigate further, as I would never want to provide false information to my viewers. I reached out to a member of Apollo's family who graciously agreed to clarify some details. According to them, despite Mitchell's best efforts, Apollo Legend would not pay any money, and in the final version of the settlement, there was no clause indicating that he was required to do so. Therefore, the statement I made in that video was almost certainly incorrect. I sincerely apologize for providing false information, and no matter what kind of relationship I have with Mitchell, I do not believe that it is ever justified to lie.
Did he just say almost certainly?
Yes, this is, by the way, the retraction video.
You can just say certainly, because that oh Jesus. So just
See the issue here?
You know what? Like, I didn't want to, but I have one more hit of my bowl. Continue to hit play, and I'm going to just try to maintain sanity.
Yeah.
Or mislead. Mitchell also claimed that I was accusing him of murder. This is certainly not the case. I do have my opinion regarding the impact of the settlement on Apollo's decision, but ultimately, it was no one's responsibility but his own. The only reason I mentioned it in that video was because I felt like it was important to let you know what happened, as I know many of you enjoyed his videos. My standard of evidence has changed dramatically since I made this original claim, so of course now I disagree with my statement that I had very good evidence. But I was just trying to say that I didn't just make this up out of nowhere, and I didn't consider Billy's legal threat against me as him trying to get in contact with me, which is why I said that he didn't. After I released my retraction, my lawyers contacted Billy's lawyer to let them know,
A cease
though
and
we never heard
desist is
back.
quite literally somebody trying to get in contact with you. If you look at a cease and desist and go, this isn't someone trying to get in touch with me, I don't know what the fuck this is. Well, honestly, I'm sorry that education and the human race in general just failed you as a Homo sapien.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of people say that I never made a retraction, or never attempted to correct the record, or was trying to hide my retraction, and that if only I had just made a retraction, this entire thing would have been avoided. But that's just not the case. I wanted the retraction to get as many views as possible.
It absolutely is. We learned that the judge used your shitty retraction as an aggravating factor, which means that you did try to hide it at the end of a video, completely unrelated to what the video was about. This is
So,
yeah, he just fucking lied.
When you put it at the end of a video like that, it really looks like you're trying to hide it. And what was the other thing he said? There's something else there I was wanting to comment on.
When you think
the
of
fact
it,
that he changed his evidence, the way he gathers evidence, which means he doesn't just believe
no.
Reddit.
I know what it was. It was his claim that there are people who even said that I didn't post a retraction. That's a reasonable assumption to make when it's not its own thing. Because, like, someone tells me, hey, Karl Jobst made a retraction. I go to his YouTube channel. I scroll through his videos.
Like,
nope, none of them say retraction on it.
The only reason why I'm saying this is because it's the most recent thing I can think of is Nuts. He's like, oh, I made a retraction on the Some Ordinary Gamers podcast, episode 111, when you were talking about Mama Max, about 22 minutes in for like 20 seconds. That's what we mean by hiding a retraction or trying, like, a retraction is its own video. It's its own statement. It has to stand by itself, not adulterated by anything else that you might be doing or putting out, whatever. It doesn't matter. It just, goddamn. Billy Mitchell's in the chat. What the fuck?
What? Oh my gosh. Hi there.
I don't know if it's the real him or not, because this happened to potentially
Hold on. No. Hold on. There's a very easy way to figure this out. Hold on. Very easy way for me to figure this out. You just got to go to the channel. Oh, yeah. It's him.
Yeah. Is it really him?
It is. Yeah. 100%.
Oh my god.
That's funny.
I do want to grab a comment quickly. He's going to be lucky if he doesn't get dragged back into court over this video. Why didn't he have a lawyer take a look at this before uploading it to make sure he doesn't fuck himself harder?
Ooh, Karl?
Yeah,
I have no idea.
His own stupidity.
I have no idea. Karl is like...
It's just his own stupidity. By the way, Billy Mitchell, you should reach out to MommaOcco on Twitter if she would love to interview you.
Yeah.
I am not rich, but yes, I would like to talk to you. I'm very... I did like your appearance in the documentary. It was very awesome. I don't know. I know that my dad really liked the documentary too, so...
I just can't get over that he just said, like, oh, people tried to claim that I hid it. I didn't do that. It's like, you literally did. The fucking court found that you did.
You the evidence that you did.
Yeah, you just showed us that you did. Oh my god, dude. Like, what an idiot. I'm floored right now. This is the first time I've seen this. I am absolutely floored right now. This is insane.
Well,
I didn't hide my
I would not
retract.
blame you if you talk to your attorney about redefamation, because this video so far is wild and we're only about a third in.
Yeah. Mild context, Billy. The little short redhead here is a lawyer, and she is definitely not happy with what Karl is doing. I mean, I'm not happy. Listen, I'm a layman. I am very uneducated with the law, and I think that Karl is fucking stupid. Like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, this is crazy.
Like, broski.
See, this is as angry as I can make this model. That's how angry I am.
I just, like, bro, how the hell can you be this stupid? Like, okay, I'm not trying to be racist and say it's because he's Australian, and Australians have a different term of what freedom of speech is. That's wrong. Okay, listen. I know that in the beautiful America here, we have a little bit more of an understanding about what is freedom of speech and what could be considered defamation. But like, when Keemstar is telling you to shut the fuck up, maybe you should shut up. I don't know.
Oh my god.
I don't know. I don't know, but I don't know. Anyway, we're going to continue.
I even said as much to my lawyers at the time, and ultimately it did. My retraction got far more views than the original video.
It doesn't matter.
Or
it doesn't matter. Okay,
hear me
literally.
out here.
Look,
Hear
I
me
love
out
this.
here.
No, this is great. This is great. Look at this.
I'm gonna pull up something here. I like doing this. I like showing a back end here. Now, I'm probably not the best example of this because some of my videos aren't always the best, but I want to show you guys something. Excuse me. And that is how videos drop off. Let me, which one? I'll show one of my more famous ones, and that's the Trump one here. Let me reach. Is it reach? No, it's not. It's not. It's engagement, I think it is. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Okay. So, there, let me hide this for a moment just to get it on. Let me full screen, and then I am going to zoom in for the chat here. All right. So, this is the retention of a video. This is, now, I'm not going to say that this is, oh, hold on. Thank you, Sparky, for that. I appreciate it. I'll bring it up here in a moment. But, so this is the retention of a video. I know that mine is probably a little bit different and everybody's going to weigh differently. I have no idea what Karl Jobst is. I'm not going to say that mine should be
about the same.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that mine is going to be a perfect one-to-one. Absolutely not. But I will tell you, it is human condition that very few people make it to the end of a video. Like, out of the mass amount of people that click on your video. So, like, this video here, I got like 15, maybe close to 20,000 views. All right? By the end of the video, only 8% of the people actually watched it. So it doesn't matter how many views you get on a video, all right? Karl put at the end of his video, at the end of, let's say that the end of his video is like right here. By the end of his video, if he issues like a 20 seconds a minute or whatever, about 12% of the people are watching this video. And by the very end, 8% would probably be watching this video. And again, not a one-to-one example. I'm not going to claim that.
You know what I'm going to do real quick? I'm going to bring up mine.
Yeah, I'm grabbing one of mine too. I'm just looking for one that shows it really well.
Yeah,
because there's another factor to
mine's
this.
almost identical.
Like,
there's
I mean,
another
like,
factor to this of the drop off. Once you reach the end of your primary topic of your video, people are going to click off.
That too.
Once you start getting it,
yeah.
Once you start getting into, hey, please like, subscribe, blah 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 blah. Also, I have this additional thing to talk about that's separate from the main topic of this video. People drop off.
No, yeah, entirely. Like whenever I start, like right now when I'm streaming the biggest part of my stream right now. When I stop streaming the biggest part of my video, which is talking about this, I know that some people are not going to be interested anymore. And that's 100% okay, because people are interested in what they are interested in. When you bring up a completely different topic at the very end of a video, that doesn't work because so few people are going to see that. And I don't know, like, if people, I don't know if this was ever brought up in the lawsuit, but like, I'm sure that there was questions just like, well, it was put at the end of the video. Okay, but how many people logically saw it? And I know for a fact that Karl Jobst can look back in that video and have a pretty good idea of how many, like, how, let's see here. Hold on a moment. We're gonna
I
go
just
back.
sent you a screenshot of one of mine.
Okay.
Where I start talking about different stuff at the end, and it falls off pretty much immediately.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, that's a fantastic. Thank you so much. That's an even better example here.
Holy shit.
Okay. So
I'm a little concerned. Of my streams and videos, everything goes up to engagement by the end of the video is 97.1%.
You'll have to show me a picture here, but really quickly first, welcome Raiders. Thank you Amal for the raid. I very much appreciate it. Excuse me. But Kretosis has a really good example here because, like, you know, Kretosis is, again, in the first 30 seconds, a lot of people are just going to drop off immediately. And like those first 30 seconds really do count for getting that view on the video, but it's going to drop off massively. And it's going to float down to the end. I'm going to assume
no,
right
I
here
found it.
is
I
where
was
you
wrong, I
change
was wrong.
topics.
Okay, yeah. By the
You
end of
you
my
have to
video,
raise it up because it's
60%
blocked on
of my
screen.
audience
hold on.
remained.
Hold on.
Yeah, Elf's head is blocking it.
My apologies here. Here, we're just going to change to the other screen.
My big old head.
Yeah.
No, you're blocking it. Damn it. Here, we're just going to zoom in a little bit more here.
I
All
just
right.
posted mine. I found it. By the end of the video, 16%. But yeah, it's the same. By the end of your video, your lowest numbers are gonna be still there.
Yeah, so like right here is where you change topics, I'm going to assume, and then you lose a lot of other people afterwards. So like, again, we're not going to use this as a one-to-one, because maybe Karl has some very, very, very big fans that like to watch every single bit of his content. I don't know that for sure, and I'm not going to insinuate that because I'm not Karl. I haven't seen his numbers, and it would be a very interesting thing if people wanted to talk about this again or relitigate this because he is potentially being defamatory again. Like, show this, sir. Prove to us how many people were still watching your video at the very end. Here's a funny little tidbit for anybody that is interested in this. How many people are?
What's annoying is because this is what's annoying about relitigation. The judge has found that this video was inadequate as a retraction and admonished him and made it an aggravating factor, as you said. So, for him to continue to bring this information and act like this is important information the judge or the courts didn't have, and this would have made the difference. No, it wouldn't have. In fact, it was specifically made it worse. So you're on cloud 9, and honestly, I want some of whatever you're on because it must be fun being that ignorant.
Yeah, it's just like, we would have to actively see what his statistics for this video are, because this video got almost 3 million. I'm going to assume this video at its peak before the lawsuit probably didn't get this many views. I have absolutely no idea, but like, so few people out of this 3 million views people will actually see the end of his video where he makes that retraction, where it's like laughably and comically disgusting how many people actually saw it.
Honestly, it comes across as incredibly disingenuous for him to present it as like, oh, my video got more views. Cause it's like, come on, man. You know that's not how it works. How many subscribers does he have? Over 1 million or two?
Yes, he does.
Too.
It's like, I'm sorry. You've been doing the game for so long that you can't feign ignorance on this. You know how it works.
Yeah. Yep. Ava is a lawyer and a VTuber. Ava is a lawyer that no longer has an active license, but she still is able to talk about law. I don't know if I said that correctly. Oh,
Look, family law gave me PTSD, and I just ran away as fast as I could.
Here, I forgot to put Pagan on the screen too. My apologies, Pagan. For some reason, it didn't show up here. Give me one sec. Don't want to forget anybody. No furry left behind. There we go.
No, so here's the thing. You're always a lawyer.
Yes.
But you're not always an attorney.
Yes, pretty much. Pretty much.
Like all attorneys are lawyers, but not all lawyers are attorneys.
Pretty much. Oh, yeah. This is a funny little thing. Sparky, thank you for sending me the... Fuck's sake, why is it doing this? Give me a moment. There it is. Let me zoom out where this guy asks, do you ever run scripts for videos past lawyers? And then Karl says no, because fuck lawyers and what they think. If I want to say something, I'll say it. Fuck letting other people tell you what to do. A lawyer will always tell you what to say nothing. Who wants to live by that principle? Ava, as somebody who has told people often not to say anything.
I responded to this on... I did. But I responded to this tweet specifically, and I said, look, we don't have a problem with you talking about your case after litigation has concluded, okay? The thing is, though, if you are planning to sue, about to sue, in the process of suing, in the middle of suing, or it just waiting for judgment, you should not say a goddamn fucking word. Just in general, be as vague as you can if you want to like raise funds and stuff for like legal funds and stuff. Be like, hey, I'm in the suit. This is what's going on. I can talk more about it when it's done, but I need help. Whatever, fine.
Yeah.
But like, that's as specific as you should be, and that's just for your own lawyer's peace of mind. Because the more you fucking say, the more the other side is going to use what you say against you in court where it matters. So just shut the fuck up. Just that's all. Like, it's a very simple thing, and it's not forever. It's just for until, like, once the judge passes down judgment, boom, when your mouth all the fuck you want, unless the judge has like ordered like a gag or something.
Which is technically what Karl's doing right here, very stupidly.
Yeah, no, very stupidly. Like, that's why I'm getting so angry, because I'm just looking at this. This is almost like when Amber Heard and her attorney were flirting with re-defamation, when that old boomer lady attorney freaking went on like an interview tour with different news stations. It was wild. I've never seen an attorney do that. But like, a lot of people were concerned and calling it out, like, hey, you shouldn't do this. This is considered re-defamation. You're blaming everybody. You're blaming the jury. You're blaming, like, you disrespecting the court's rulings by talking about it. That's one way that you would not want to talk about it. You know, you know what's funny? That's actually really funny. Typically, after litigation is concluded, sure, talk about it. Except for if you're going to recommit the same shit that you were just judged on. Like, this is the one way you don't talk about it after litigation is included. And I'm not sure how Karl Jobst found this, but dear God, he's the winner of the stupid prize for today.
Yeah, pretty much. Anyway, let's go ahead and continue with this. We're almost halfway through the video.
It was clear from Billy, even before I made the retraction, that it wasn't going to affect his actions in any way. Then, in September 2021, Billy filed his lawsuit against me. Those are the events that led up to the lawsuit. But if the lawsuit was apparently just about my claim about the Apollo Legends settlement, then why did many people believe that it was about allegations of cheating? There are multiple reasons, and yes, I am one of them.
Okay, so this is where he's going to get into the cope of why he thinks everybody was misled.
And yes, I am one of them.
Yeah, so now we're going to get into why he believes that we were all misled.
But it wasn't just my YouTube audience who thought that. It was even news outlets. In fact, they were playing segments on national news about how Billy was suing me for cheating.
A bitter war of Donkey Kong has exploded, with controversy over a high score making it all the way to a Queensland court.
Yeah, because that's what you were reporting on, dude.
Yeah.
This doesn't help anything. The reason why this 9 News person is reporting on this is because Karl Jobst, when you talked about your lawsuit, you said that this is what it was about. And so guess what? People took you at your fucking word and they reported on it. You're still the motherfucker who... Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna fucking pass out if I'm not careful.
You're good.
Video game champion is suing a Brisbane YouTuber over cheating claims.
And they didn't think that because I told them or because they watch my videos. They ran that story because of the arguments that were being made during the lawsuit and the nature of the pleadings. In Australian defamation, you must look at the entire publication. If I publish a video, Billy doesn't get to just extract a single paragraph and ignore everything else. In the video where I made those claims about the Apollo settlement, I also claimed that Billy was exposed for cheating. I claimed that he was banned for cheating. I said that he abused the legal system to force people to acknowledge his video game scores. And I said that he expressed joy at the thought of Apollo Legends' death, because he did. I mean, I even showed in that same...
Okay, I don't know if these are true.
Hold on.
Like, I would like to see a source for this. I mean, like, if they're true, that's pretty fucked up. But if these are true, this is pretty fucked up to say. But like...
This is re-defamation. This is re-defamation.
Not just that, but I feel like there's a difference between expressing joy at thinking someone's dead and expressing joy at someone actually being dead.
Yeah,
because...
Oh my God. And here's the thing. He said himself, Australian law takes the entire publication into account. Yet he tried to compartmentalize and segment the he never tried to correct the record. Circumstances that led to Apollo self-end. Well, here's the thing. Like, in the beginning when he was talking about Apollo and Val, well, I didn't just say that Billy Mitchell was happier or whatever. I also said all these other factors. Yeah, you did, but you're trying to compartmentalize them. You yourself just said Australia looks at the entire publication. And if you look at the entire publication, the context of your statement, that was very clearly defamatory towards Billy Mitchell. So, like, by your own admission of how Australian law works, you are liable for defamation, and here you are re-defaming Billy Mitchell. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, like, I'm sure that Billy has his own legal team, but if he ever wants to talk to you about it, like, holy shit, this isn't just major insanity.
But I'll tell him to talk to his lawyer.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to his lawyer about it. I don't know. I just want to talk to him about this because, like, I feel like this is a lot of shit. I mean, I imagine with all of this stuff coming out, he's got a lot to think about. But
what it is.
Like, broski, why are you opening? Like, I heard rumors. I don't know who I talked to about this, but like, allegedly, Karl is like in remission from some form of cancer. I don't know why he's not like shutting the fuck up. Because I know that if he did actually have cancer, I don't know for that for sure. That's something that somebody told me. That's alleged. But if he was, I don't know why he is not choosing to not potentially put his family more in harm's way. Because this is putting his family more in harm's way.
I need to resist the urge to say something horrible.
I'd appreciate that, yeah. Like Karl. You're not Bryan Cranston. You can't go cook up some meth in your country.
Oh my god!
All right.
You know what's funny? I kind of want like Karl. Why did you stab these people?
In video, text messages
well,
where
you know,
Billy said he
I was hungry, and when you're hungry for hands,
would try his hardest not to smile and giggle if Apollo Legend was actually dead. So as part of Australian defamation law, there is a concept known as contextual truth. And this was one of my defenses. My defense states that because I made those other claims that both hurt Billy's reputation and were true, Billy was harmed anyway, and the words he complained of didn't harm him any more than he otherwise would have been. And in response to these other claims, Billy denied them all. He denied that he was exposed for cheating. He denied that he was banned by Twin Galaxies. He denied that he abuses the legal system. And he denied that he expressed joy at the thought of Apollo Legend's death. And
I mean, yeah, I would probably deny that too. Because that's, yeah. like, bro.
did he? No, I'm sorry. Wow. Go back 5 seconds. Go back 5 seconds. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm still processing some of that. What he just said sounds really fucking bad.
Yeah.
He denied that he was banned by Twin Galaxies. He denied that he abuses the legal system, and he denied that he expressed joy.
I will say again, by the way, because I don't know the entirety of the Twin Galaxies lawsuit. I don't really feel like I can give a good comment on that. All I know is that there was a lawsuit between Billy Mitchell and Twin Galaxies, and there was some sort of settlement. I don't really know too much. I'd have to look more into that to give a concrete example. That's irrelevant.
It's completely irrelevant.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. But the argument...
So, here's the problem. He said, so he's like, Billy Mitchell denied this, denied that, denied things that, okay, maybe he denied that he was exposed as being a cheater. He denied that he was banned from this place. He denied that. And then at the very end, he said he expressed joy at Apollo's death. That is pretty much right on the line of more re-defamation. This is because... like, you see how he is, it's defamation via correlation, right? Like, okay, maybe he was banned from that place. Maybe he was exposed as a cheater and stuff, and he denied all these things. And then you add the defamatory statement correlated with the entire publication, which is what Australia looks at. Like, there's no way that Karl talked to any lawyer before making this video. This is so bad.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's really bad.
Joy at the thought of Apollo Legend's death.
Do we even know if that was Billy or a spoof account? We don't. That's why I'm like very hesitant to even say that that's him, because I don't know for sure. We don't.
Yeah, I didn't even consider
I don't know. I don't even know what the source of that. That's the problem that fucking bugs me, is I don't even know what the source of that is. I don't even know if Billy like admitted to that being true. Like, you would have to prove to me probably with some private personal information, if that's like a phone number or whatever, that's him. So I don't know where this came from, or if it's even true, which is why I'm looking at it as like, I can't really agree with that, because it's not true. There's not been proven to be true, excuse me.
And because he denied those extra claims, the breadth of argument during the lawsuit expanded to include those as well. And the media evidently latched onto the cheating claims, because Billy was denying those, and that was his main reputation. So on one hand, the reason Billy originally sued me was because of Apollo Legend, but on the other hand, because he doesn't get to just isolate that one paragraph and ignore everything else in the video, the cheating allegations, along with other more serious claims, became involved. And ultimately, the judge did agree that those other claims were made and that they were substantially true, though in his opinion, they weren't more serious.
Okay, so let's see. This is the summary from the judge here. So the summary says that the imputation that Mr. Mitchell had been publicly exposed as a cheater made in the video was substantially true. Okay, so a judge has said that that is substantially true. Okay. And then the second one is...
The imputation that Mr. Mitchell had been banned from submitting scores to Twin Galaxy for cheat tests. So this is, again, what I mean by correlation. So these are all the things that Mitchell has denied that were found to be substantially true, and then you add the expressing joy at Apollo's death.
I'll be right back.
When this is, yeah, I mean,
like,
I didn't know anybody in the world could be this stupid.
No.
Like, this is stupider than Johnny Somali.
That's a hard thing to beat. Johnny Somali is one of those guys that's going away for potentially 20 years in a prison in another country. That's a hard thing to beat. Very hard thing to beat.
I can believe people are this stupid when you see a certain person.
You know what, to be fair, Sarah Boone did go through 9 fucking attorneys, so yeah.
Yeah, I want to know how many attorneys this guy went through. You know. There was an account, sadly it'd be fake, so Billy being here or fake is currently... No, but Billy was here. I checked the YouTube channel associated with the comment. It is actually Billy Mitchell's YouTube channel. So I know for a fact that it was him. Or at least somebody that runs his account. It was one of the other limiting factors.
The claim Billy was suing over, which I personally don't agree with. In my personal opinion, I think expressing joy over Apollo Legend's death is far worse than any implication that the eventual settlement of Billy's $1 million lawsuit against a young YouTuber who had major health issues and no money and who was just expressing the truth might have contributed in some way to his decision to...
See how he used the emotions there by saying young gamer, almost trying to make it sound like he's a child?
We're halfway through this. Jesus.
Like, yes, we're halfway through it. We are just barely halfway through this video. But, like, do you see how he's trying to tug on people's heartstrings? That's, like, really gross, in my personal opinion. I don't...
He's redefaming. He's like, this is all just one big redefamation.
Mm-hmm. What do you think the likelihood is that,
like, this shit had been litigated, and yet... I honestly hope Billy Mitchell tops to. I don't know how Australia law regarding like re-defamation, but I am genuinely hoping Billy Mitchell talks to his attorneys about this, because this is just disgusting.
Yeah.
This is a fragrant just middle finger to the court that made this ruling, and I don't like it. It doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I'm pretty much the same in agreement with that, because this is just... Oh, it's just so egregiously bad.
Yep. Yeah, it is very, very bad.
And his life. After Billy filed his lawsuit, I released a video in September 2021 titled I'm Being Sued and Cancelled, where I announced...
I love how his thumbnail says I'm screwed. Yeah, buddy, you were screwed.
I was officially being sued. In that video, I specifically state that I'm not going to talk about what the lawsuit was about. Normally, I'd give you a full breakdown of this kind of thing, but because this one involves me, I'm going to keep my cards a lot closer to my chest. What I will tell you is that I am being sued for defamation, and the amount of damages being sought is $450,000. I will definitely be giving you updates as we go, but I don't want to give out too many details or strategies
so the judge didn't even give him the full amount?
No, the judge gave him like $50,000 to $100,000 less. The maximum amount is $400,000.
That is going to be more difficult to prove. So what Karl said in the beginning of the video, saying that he's working on appeal, it's in like the fee was it was egregious or over the top. The fact that it's less than the amount that was asked for is going to make that harder to defeat as an argument.
Yeah.
used them in court. After this, I didn't talk about my lawsuit at all for over a year. And during this time, news outlets were posting articles about how Billy was suing me for cheating. Again, this wasn't because I said this. I wasn't even talking about my lawsuit at all.
Okay, I'm curious. Hold on. I'm going to do a thought experiment here. He said that he didn't talk about his lawsuit, but I am curious.
No, it's very possible at this point that he hadn't yet, because this isn't the point in which he released his GoFundMe.
Okay.
So I do believe him at this point.
Well, I do believe that too, but I want to find that video. Hold on. This was 3-4 years ago. I want to find the video where he still says he's sued.
It.
Or is it? He's suing me again.
I'm back.
Okay, here it is right here. All right.
Over, slow down.
So this is when he first makes this video.
3 years ago.
So he says that people report that it's about cheating. How many videos does he make between here and his trial? I can't remember when the initial trial is. I'm assuming it was like a year ago. So how many videos does he make?
And see.
Let's see here. There's one. And again, this is right after he was sued. There's one.
Oh.
Let's see.
Bill and Mitchell accused of what?
I believe that this one can technically count because it's about Todd Rogers, and Todd Rogers and Billy Mitchell are buddies, or were buddies. I don't know which one is actually true on there.
No, that doesn't count. That's
you don't think that would count? Fair enough.
People.
There's another one. 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 There's another one.
He didn't talk about Billy Mitchell for another year, or his suit.
There's another one.
For a year.
There's another one.
So 2 years ago.
1, 2, 1. So like, okay. Yes, you didn't talk about your lawsuit and people went off of things, but motherfucker, if you keep talking about how much of a cheater he is, I can imagine why people would think that that's what he's suing you over. Like that. Am I wrong to think that?
No, absolutely. No, man, here's the thing. Because at least one video about Mitchell had been posted in that 1 year he's claimed he hadn't talked about his suit. The video in which he said he didn't say anything, didn't talk about the specifics of his suit, is 20 goddamn minutes long. I'm sorry, but I don't know how you not reveal any details about your case, talking about your case for 20 minutes. That's fucking weird. But at least at this point in time, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, you haven't said much about your case in the first year from when the case was initially submitted. But I want to know about the GoFundMe, because that's the point that I was aware of his lawsuit, and that's what I remember reading his GoFundMe, and nothing he mentioned about the Apollo situation.
Yeah.
I just want to mention quickly, too, while I was away, I heard you guys talking about how you hope Billy Mitchell brings this to his lawyer. I do, too. Fuck this guy. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I really hope he does.
I am curious, though, if he knew that people were, like, this growing sentiment was becoming a thing, that, you know, he's being sued by Billy Mitchell because he accused him of cheating.
You're asking about his duty of care.
Yeah. Is it really... Like, is there a reason why he couldn't have made, like, a small statement saying, like, actually, that's not why the case is about?
I would argue that, yes, it would be Karl's responsibility if he sees the public running in one direction to at least correct course. He doesn't have to say much about his case, but he should at least make sure the narrative is accurate, what is being talked about. Because the other side, Billy Mitchell's side, they have no obligation to do that. They're going to let the court of public opinion say whatever the fuck they want. It's only going to help them. So Karl's job is damage mitigation and damage on his end. So him just letting the media, the news outlets and all this just run with their speculations is irresponsible of him.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because I was like, if you knew all this was happening and you knew it was wrong, why did you never correct the record? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me that you would only talk about that now when you had all that time to, you know, like, cut it off ahead of time and be like, actually, no, that's not what this is about. Please don't report it that way. But he never did. You know, and it's like, well, that's on you, my guy. That's not on anyone else. That's you.
So he does have a rebuttal and a defense for this, because I do seem to recall that he talked about that.
Yeah, I do remember he mentioned something on Twitter or whatever that something about. I guess you'll get to that when you get to that.
Yep.
Oh fuck! I had something I was going to say and I forgot what it was now.
Here, I'll play it, and when you think about it, we'll pause.
These articles were being written because reporters were reading the court documents where these issues were being argued. And I wasn't going to go out of my way to draw attention away from the cheating allegations either. Part of my defense was that Billy, more than anything else, has a reputation as a cheater. And when you think about Billy Mitchell, people don't think about that one brief claim I made in a video in 2021 and then retracted. They just associate him with cheating and abusing the legal system. The fact that so many people didn't even know about the Apollo Legends settlement claim is evidence of that. Then in 2022, Billy sent me a third...
Hold on.
What?
Okay, first of all, I remembered what I was going to say. Billy Mitchell's team not correcting what was being sued over for the public opinion ended up working out for them because this like damages Karl's reputation heavily. But he just admitted in his fucking video, oh yeah, we didn't talk about that because people associate Billy Mitchell with cheating. Hey, dipshit. It means you're misleading your audience.
He admitted that the focus of his defense was irrelevant to what he was being accused of. This is why he lost the suit. So, like, okay, your focus was on this, but it was in the wrong place. So...
Yeah. Also, I think I need to issue a retraction about Dark Viper. Apparently, Dark Viper and Moist Critical did do a collab. Like, not like a debate, but they did a collab with GeoGuessr. And, like, Viper talks about how he apparently had a proper... Yeah, he had a proper collab with Moist Critical. Oh, that's interesting. I'll retract what I said there. That's funny. That's hilarious. Again, I don't like Dark Viper. Dark Viper is like a stupid person. But I guess him and Karl kind of swim in the same waters in that kind of terms because of how crazy they are. I don't know.
Concerns notice because of a video I released in April regarding one of Billy's witnesses accusing him of extortion, and he followed that up with another lawsuit, of which he sent to my lawyers and told them he was going to file it against me. And then he sent me a fourth concerns notice, saying he intended to sue me because I put a 10-second AVGN meme in a video completely unrelated to Billy. Billy was now threatening me with 3 simultaneous lawsuits. The first one had already cost $200,000 in the first year alone. So if Billy filed the second and third lawsuits, there was no way I could afford to defend myself. I had Billy Mitchell, the guy who had already sued multiple people for exposing his cheating and who had already sued me once before, telling me he was going to sue me 2 more times. And the reasons were insane. They were obvious abuses of the legal system.
Maybe if you looked at yourself and just stop fucking talking about Billy Mitchell, kept him out of your goddamn fucking mouth, you wouldn't be sued 3 times by the same person. I have no fucking, like, okay, like, it's, how many more minutes? 14 minutes, 14 minutes, okay.
The elf is not going to survive.
This is totally fair.
System. I felt I had no choice but to create a GoFundMe, and I advertised it in a video called Billy Mitchell Has Gone Insane and I Need Your Help. In that video, I clearly explain what is happening and why I'm creating the GoFundMe. Every single word I said in that video was true, and all of this is explained in the video. I understand that this was several years ago, so I don't blame anyone for not remembering the video or
Wayback Machine of the GoFundMe?
I was actually sent the GoFundMe by Sparky. Give me one moment. Let me double check. Okay, yeah, this is the... Okay, there we go. So this is the GoFundMe here. Oh, and he was getting donations as early as a year ago, and it's disabled. That's funny. Okay. Let's see here. My name is Karl Jobst, and I'm a YouTuber who often reports on video game cheaters. Last year, Billy Mitchell, star of The King of Kong and proven video game cheater, in quotation marks, because that's what Karl's saying, not me, sued me for defamation for claiming damages of $450,000. In the past year alone, this lawsuit has cost almost $200,000 to defend and will cost at least another $100,000 before it's over. Situation is already crazy, but has since gotten much worse as Billy Mitchell has sent me another defamation suit for another $450,000. So that would mean I would need to defend 2 lawsuits at the same time, both being extremely expensive, but then it gets even worse because Billy is threatening me with even more lawsuits. These lawsuits are unhinged, and it is highly likely that Billy will ultimately lose, but until we go to trial, it requires more money, a lot more money to deal with. I would appreciate any help that you are able to provide, as this affects not only me, but my family as well. Obviously, it's bad enough to attack me when I've done nothing wrong, in quotation marks, but to injure them as well takes things to another level. Naturally, the more money I am able to raise, the better my legal defense will be. That is just the way it works, and if and when I defeat Billy Mitchell in court, he will likely have to pay back a lot of the costs that I incurred. I will use that money to host a grand gaming tournament in his honor.
Does this mean the grand gaming tournament is canceled?
Is not happening.
No, I was looking so forward to it.
Let's
I
see.
had fucking tickets.
Let's see here. And this was August 19th. Billy Mitchell backed out of the second lawsuit, which means funds will go towards helping the existing lawsuit and to deal with the inevitable future threats. So he's expecting more. Well, you get the trial done within the next few months, so fingers crossed it will be wrapped up soon. That was 2 years ago, almost.
So again,
He doesn't mention at all in here what it's about.
The king of Kong and proven video game cheater sued me for defamation, claiming damages of $450,000 in the past year alone. That's also okay. Blah, 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 blah. But that, to me, to a reasonable person, indicates that the defamation claim is regarding him being a cheater because you called him a cheater.
Yep.
And you have given absolutely no other details of the case. So, yeah, I'm sorry, but this is misleading to me.
Yes.
It just is.
Yeah.
I agree. It's you got to be very particular with saying this is what I'm being sued over specifically. Like, he's just saying defamation. Okay, anybody can assume anything from that, which is why you got to be specific here. That's why you got to be very specific.
Why I created the GoFundMe, but it wasn't in response to the first lawsuit that ultimately went to trial. It was because of Billy's constant legal threats against me, most of them having nothing to do with the Polo legend. This video got a lot of attention at the time. Even Moist Critical made a video about it.
This is one of the most baffling reasons for a lawsuit I think I've probably ever heard in general. Now, as I understand it, the second lawsuit hasn't been fully filed yet. Right now, it is still in the letter of intent stage, where they are intending to sue Karl and have sent him the documents to indicate such, but it looks like it is going to be sent in the coming days.
And the GoFundMe raised 150,000 Australian dollars immediately. If anyone came away from that video thinking that Billy was suing me for saying he cheated, it's because he had started the process for doing exactly that, on top of everything else. Ultimately, these extra actions never made it all the way to trial, but there was no way for me to know that at the time. And it was possibly even because of the success of the GoFundMe that Billy ended up backing down. People are now using the fact that Billy didn't go all the way through with his threats to say that the GoFundMe was a scam. But I was just responding to actions taken by Billy and protecting myself. And the money was used exactly for the purposes that I said it would be, which was to help cover legal fees. This narrative that this...
Here's my question. Do you really think, Karl, that people would have donated if you specified that one of the things you were being sued over was the Apollo Legend stuff? Because I think a lot of people probably would not have.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah, I agree.
You know?
Especially given
Which is
like
why
all
he
the evidence
intentionally
about
left out
it.
that information.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not going to maliciously say that he intentionally left it out. It is very possible that he was just really stupid. But, like, Karl, you made a fucking mistake.
Well, here's the thing, right? Him intentionally leaving out that information isn't technically like it's scummy. It could be considered it could be considered a scam. But what is a scam? Is a scam really illegal? There's some argument on that. But the thing with it is yeah, you're right. Everything you said in the GoFundMe is technically true. It's a half truth, but there's a lot of lying by omission. There's a lot of lying through what you're not saying about this. Okay, so while I don't think anybody could take any action or get their money back or sue him for misleading people about the donation because he did use these for attorney's fees and shit. I still think it's incredibly scummy what you did. I think it was intentional when you left out that information, not illegal, but intentional. And I think that you're going to have to lie in this bed that you made.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
This whole thing was only ever about Apollo Legend, which ironically is a narrative that started with Billy Mitchell, is completely false. And if that were the case, Billy would not have taken action against me on 4 separate occasions, with 3 of those having nothing to do with Apollo Legend. That is why I never thought this whole thing was actually about Apollo Legend. I had been threatened and was dealing with so many actions from Billy that were related to cheating that from my perspective this Apollo Legend lawsuit was just Billy trying to capitalize on a mistake I made. But wrong or right, I was under the impression that Billy was suing me because they kept talking about his cheating, and talking about him in a negative light in general. Otherwise, those other actions made no sense whatsoever. It was clear to me that his goal was just to silence me, especially when it came to the Apollo Legend claim, as I had already removed the words and made a retraction. The only other time I mentioned the GoFundMe was at the end of a video I released in August of 2023, where ironically, I was responding to Billy saying that my GoFundMe was a scam. However, in this video, I allow Billy to fully explain why he is suing me.
Also,
sorry, I just laughed. I'm sorry,
You're good.
That's funny.
One thing I wanted to grab quickly, I almost mentioned it, but is that also not another technical count of defamation of, oh, he was just trying to silence me?
No, not really.
No?
No.
Okay.
No.
Nah. It's hyperbolic. It's kind of like, it's kind of wild. But it's not defamation. It's not slander.
All right. Fair enough.
Me, and I even say myself that the lawsuit relates to Apollo Legend.
Okay, but time went on, and eventually, without a single source, except a now deleted post on Reddit, was his only source where he blamed me for taking the life of another human being and for what I did to him. And I said, that's it.
Billy Mitchell is referring to the YouTuber Apollo Legend, who tragically took his own life in December of 2020. I won't go into specifics about this particular point because
so this was in 2023.
Oh my god.
This was in 2023. Yeah, this is his 2023 video.
Yeah.
I can hear Ava getting really tilted though.
Dude, like, she's like, yeah, it just, yeah. And what's really sexist is now everyone knows how to tilt me.
It does relate to his ongoing lawsuit against me. Of course, I do pick apart a lot of Billy's lies, and I deny that I actually said Billy took Apollo Legend's life, because I didn't, but I wasn't trying to hide the fact that the lawsuit was related to Apollo Legend. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even made this video or say directly that it was. And of course, I do also say that the allegations of cheating are relevant, because they were being argued as well. After I promoted the GoFundMe in this video, it quickly reached $200,000, at which time I closed it and stopped accepting donations, which was almost a year before we went to trial. So throughout 2024, as I began talking about the trial more and more, the GoFundMe was already closed and I wasn't accepting money from the public. I have seen people point to the description of the GoFundMe and say that it didn't provide enough information or exact details about what the lawsuits and threats were about, and in that regard, I totally understand if people think that was bad practice or an issue. I can only apologize and say that I didn't give the description much thought. As I said, I only
understand that you think that way, and I'm sorry that you think that way.
I think that when you're doing something serious like this, you need to give it more thought.
Apology, does it?
Mm-hmm. No, it really doesn't.
Mentioned or linked to the GoFundMe in 2 videos outlining things in much more detail, which I assumed people had already watched. Though if I knew the description should have included everything, I would have absolutely no problem doing just that. The fact that so many people got upset or felt misled after the judge's decision and I lost the lawsuit came as a huge shock to me. There was a lot of reporting being done around the time of the trial, and no backlash occurred then when it was also very clear what the trial was about. And I've had many people tell me they always knew exactly what the lawsuit was about and they don't feel misled. So it would be very easy for me just to claim that people are only upset because I lost and Billy won, which is not the outcome everyone wanted. But I don't think that's entirely true either. I never said that Billy Mitchell sued me for cheating, but I also did not repeat or draw attention to the original claim that got me in trouble. Nor did I constantly remind people that the lawsuit
Which is
related
the problem,
to Apollo
you fucking dummy.
Legend. Not because I was trying to scam anybody or mislead people, but because I believed it would have been detrimental to my case. I was very happy to talk publicly about Billy threatening to sue me for calling him a cheater.
You know what? It would
and
have
go
been
into
detrimental
detail
to your case.
What
Your
would have been?
GoFundMe case. Him mentioning this stuff. He says oh, well, I left out this information because I thought that if I included it, it'd be detrimental to my case. No, you thought it'd be detrimental to your donators.
Yeah, because like that's the thing earlier is he just said a few minutes ago that, oh yeah, we didn't correct the record because Billy Mitchell is known for the cheating thing. We didn't see a reason to correct
Allegedly.
it because people would associate them with that.
Allegedly known for the cheating.
Allegedly, well, I'm saying that's what Karl said.
Yes. I just want to make sure that we get it right.
And like, it really seems like the intention was to mislead people when you say that.
Mm-hmm. Don't assume everyone watches your content. No, that's a good point. Yeah, that's something.
Yeah, that too.
That's something that I definitely worked really hard to get out of the mind of, is assume that everybody can watch my content, because not everybody does. So that's why I always reintroduce things that I've already talked about. So like my very hardcore fans that watch everything I put out to the beginning to the end, they're going to be the ones annoyed because, well, not annoyed because they're my hardcore fans. My hardcore fans will love me no matter what I do. But like, they're the ones that are going to know already the context. It's going to be the people that don't always get to watch everything or don't always get to see everything that will appreciate that I gloss over saying, this is something I already talked about. Here's like a short explanation. Go watch this if you want more information. Like, that's what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to assume that everybody knows what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's something I've had to work on too, where it's like people keep asking me about different videos. So it's like, yeah, I can't get annoyed with them because they're just interested, and it's like, yeah, I understand that, and they're not going to be able to hear like when I say in one video or stream. You know, it's going to take time.
Mm-hmm.
I've got other stuff on the go. Not everyone's going to get that message, so
yep,
just got to be patient.
Pretty much.
People don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they ask.
Yeah, really quickly, chat. We are 4 likes off of 100 likes on the stream. If you guys could like the stream, get it to 100, I'd deeply appreciate it. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. You guys are fantastic. I will read the rest of the super chats we have once we're finished watching this here. We only got like 8 minutes left, and then we'll discuss, talk about this, and got one other topic for the night. But yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for being here.
How much deeper can Karl dig himself in a hole in the next 8 minutes?
Oh, I'm sure that you're going to be very interested to know.
About how much of a cheater he is, because all of that is true. Despite the fact that he had threatened me multiple times for calling him a cheater, I was not afraid to continue making that claim. And I was happy to discuss his cheating, even when it related to my currently ongoing lawsuit, because it was one of my defenses. When it came to Apollo Legend, this was a different story. I made a claim that included information that was not true. I didn't accuse Billy of murdering Apollo or causing his death, so I don't think I should have lost the lawsuit, but at the end of the day, I said something that was not accurate, which I admitted to.
Real strong implication that he was responsible. Like, you know, defamation doesn't have to be literally the phrase.
He more than implied, he correlated.
Yeah, because like, for it to be defamation, you don't have to say John murdered Bill. No. It's a little bit more loose than that, because if you imply heavily enough, you correlate it.
It can be. Well, you have defamation per quote, and there's defamation per se. Defamation per se is like the the statement was so fucking outrageous and so clearly damaging to somebody's reputation that you don't even like the burden of proof ends up being on the respondent. Defamation per quad is a little bit more like what we saw with Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp. The statement, I lived for years under an abuser. This is my story. Now, obviously, Johnny was not named, right? Johnny Depp abused me. Those were not the words that said.
Yeah.
But the jury found that the vague wording was liable for defamation, and that's what they voted on. So, yes, you don't have to be direct with your statement for it to be considered defamatory. And I think Karl still somehow has not learned that lesson.
No.
Clearly hasn't based on this video.
No, yeah, of course.
Corrected years ago, and I was never going to repeat it because the internet doesn't work like we want it to work. If I drew more attention to Billy's claims about what I said, more people would have repeated it, and it would have been used against me in court. For example, Billy's team crawled through thousands and thousands of comments on Too Moist critical videos about Billy Mitchell, which were released years after my video. They found a handful of comments that related to Apollo Legend, and then without any causal link, claimed that they were a direct result of my video. Even though there was no mention of me or my channel, and we don't know who these people are or why they are making these comments, the judge ruled that I'm responsible. Essentially, it didn't seem to matter if people may have come to this conclusion independently, and it didn't seem to matter if there was no evidence linking their conclusion to my original video. The blame for every single comment was entirely placed upon me. The judge even flat out stated that no comments of this nature were ever made before my video. And not only is this one of the reasons the damages might have been so high, but it seemed to be used as proof that every comment was because of my original video. But I disagree with this statement, as there were plenty of comments well before my video ever came out saying that Billy was responsible. So you can see how dangerous even—
Okay, the difference is you're a dude with a platform. A substantial platform that people trust. If you say something, people will listen.
Guys, this is really bad. This is really bad because he is republicizing the same defamation that he committed. Like this is blatant redefamation through republication.
Yeah.
mentioning Apollo Legend would have been. That was my reasoning for not repeatedly bringing up Apollo Legend, though evidently my behavior of talking about the lawsuit so many times without reminding people explicitly what it was about led to many people being confused. And if you're one of those people, I sincerely apologize. I just hope that you can consider that it was not done intentionally to mislead you or for nefarious purposes. I also made the mistake of reposting news articles covering my lawsuit, because all of the reporting that was done before the trial focused on the cheating allegations, and that wasn't the full story. As I said before, I had so many threats regarding the cheating allegations that I believed Billy's true motivations were to shut me up about the cheating videos, and the lawsuit did actually involve Billy denying those cheating allegations ever happened. However, I should have made it more clear that the lawsuit wasn't mainly about cheating. I just didn't know how to do that without jeopardizing my defense. And I also carelessly assumed most people already knew what the lawsuit was about anyway, because I had said it in one of my videos. If I truly understood...
Hold on. If you felt like you didn't know how to bring it up without making it worse, ask your fucking lawyer. That's what they're there for. Hey, yeah,
he's paying over 200 grand for it, so yeah.
Your lawyer would have told you not to bring it up.
Fair.
The impact my actions would later have on people, I would have been much more careful. Obviously, in hindsight, it may have been better to not talk about the lawsuit at all, but I'm not sure if that was ever going to happen. It's just not in my nature.
Well, if it's not in your nature, it's in your nature to get sued. Like he just said, maybe in hindsight, I should not have talked about it all. There you fucking go. If anyone wants to take any lesson from this, those words.
And this was the biggest thing impacting my life and this channel for multiple years. So of course I felt compelled to talk about it. I should have just found a way to be more transparent if I were to discuss it. And I can understand fully if you are disappointed in my actions, especially if you donated to the GoFundMe.
I'm sure a lot of people are very fucking pissed off from learning all this. Because a lot of people will probably... I know a lot of people... because this is why it's so important with GoFundMes. I think a lot of people, some of them boomers, will look at a GoFundMe, take it at face value, and just donate and not know a lot of the details. Especially, like here's the unfortunate truth of the internet. A lot of normal people, and I'm not saying this to be rude, I am saying this as somebody who knows how the internet works, knows how the normal layman works. A lot of people on the internet don't do research. A lot of them don't do any, like, deep looking. A lot of them are just very plain, very normal, and they don't care to search past the easiest answer. That's why Amazon is so successful, because you have one-click shopping. People, the more steps that I have to take to learn something, the more likely not really me, because I do try and learn more, but the more steps that a normal person has to take to learn something or do something or buy something, the less likely they are to actually go through with that action. So I guarantee to you, lots of people just went off of what your GoFundMe said because they assumed that that was the easiest thing to relate to. So it's not very and like, I know that not everybody knows that, but that's just the nature of it. A lot of people just read headlines or just read whatever the fuck is there. They're not going to do the 10 to 20 to 30 seconds or even a couple of minutes to look through it. So you have to guide them in the direction they need to go. Sorry if that's a sad thing to know, but that's just it. That's how the world works. That's how people work. That's why people are easily manipulated. That's why the news is so sensational, because people don't look or pay attention. So, like, he's retarded if he thinks that he should expect people to pay attention. Like, I didn't do any research when I donated. I liked his content, so I just took it at face value, and now because of this, I don't care to watch him anymore. See, there we go! Again, I'm not calling people stupid, because not everybody that does that is stupid. I know that there are some people that are just stupid and will just do whatever, but I think that there are some people that will take things at face value because they trust the person, because they are somebody that they identify with. That's why when you are a creator and you have a substantial size, you need to be very careful, because people will just blindly believe you to an extreme degree.
Following the trial closely and don't have much information about what happened during it, and all you're currently reading is news about the judgment or drama videos saying that I lied about everything, I'd say...
Oh, I love that he's bringing up Smash, JT. That's hilarious. That's really hilarious. Oh, man. What's funny is Smash is like, I don't hate Karl. I've talked to him and I'm cordial with him. I love how he's bringing, like, that man. Man, that's really mean to say about Smash. I mean, like, here's the thing. Smash does talk about things in a very dramatic way. And I do too. But, like, man, that's definitely very angry coming from him.
Suggest remaining skeptical for the time being. I will wait until the dust settles before discussing what happened during trial in more detail, but at some point I definitely will, and hopefully at that point you will have a better understanding about why I was so confident I would win. And it's also possible that you might even agree that this judgment is simply crazy once you have all of the details.
Okay, I want to ask all of you here.
Okay, you know what? I will look. I will 100% forgive Karl if this video he posts is just the video of Alex Jones going, listen, I'm kind of retarded.
I genuinely want to ask the lawyer and the one also that has gone through their own lawsuits right now, is there anything that he could post that you can think of that would make you side with Karl at this point? Like, legitimately?
No.
No, you don't think so?
No.
No? You don't think there's some hidden factor? There's some weird, like, 9D chess hidden factor in here that could prove his innocence?
No, because if he had it, he would have showed the courts.
Yeah. Fair enough. What about you, Pagan? What do you think?
Yeah, no, there's nothing he could do at this point. I don't trust him.
Yeah. I agree. I will say one
There's
thing,
a little
though.
Latin phrase. Forsus in uno, falsus in omnibus. If you lie in one thing, you're lying in all things.
Mhm.
If you lie to me once, you lose all credibility. This is a very, very real thing in court. That's why cross-examinations and everything are built on impeaching, proving that the witness lied even once. You can go, well, you can dismiss all of their testimony now.
Mm-hmm.
The judge found Billy Mitchell to be a credible witness, and essentially accepted his full oral testimony as fact, despite our many attempts to show that Billy is a liar. For example, we have Billy on video in 2023 during his Twin Galaxies deposition saying that the effect I've had on him is minimal.
Did the actions that Karl, Jobst, and
fucking irrelevant.
I'm going to rewind
It's
it
not
about
about-
10 seconds.
Sorry, I'm sorry. It's just
Actually,
so frustrating.
This is from a disposition, so this is an under oath statement.
Yes. So what he's claiming
Yeah,
here is he
but-
doesn't feel like Billy Mitchell
It's
should be...
I will say this right now. This is the only relevant thing I've seen in this entire video.
Yeah, so what he's claiming here is Billy Mitchell shouldn't be allowed to be a credible witness in his own case because his claim is that Billy Mitchell has lied multiple times and then cites this clip as evidence.
Despite our many attempts
Yeah,
to
but
show that...
I don't see how that's relevant to, hey, Karl lied about me causing this guy's suicide.
Well, he's using it to say that Billy Mitchell
No,
lies
it
about a
doesn't.
lot
I
of
will
things.
say-
That's what he's claiming.
Yeah, exactly. And it's something that probably was played in court, and the judge probably went whatever. But I will say this isn't extremely relevant, but it's more relevant than anything else he's presented.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
It's like, it's not much, but it still is something.
that Billy is a liar. For example, we have Billy on video in 2023 during his Twin Galaxies deposition saying that the effect I've had on him is minimal.
Did the actions that Karl, Jobst, and David Race and Jeremy Young and Jeff Harris take also cause you emotional distress?
That is minimal compared to this.
Why?
Because this is where it all began.
However, during my trial, he claimed the exact opposite and said that I basically ruined his life. And the judge completely disregarded
I'd like to see that clip, Karl.
So
previous statements.
well, here's the thing. He qualified the term minimal. He compared it to everything else he's dealing with. So
Yeah, he
while
said
it's minimal
comparatively.
compared to what he was dealing with, it doesn't mean it was minimal in general.
Yeah.
And accepted what he said at my trial at face value. And this is just one example of many times that this happened. And if you've watched any of my videos on Billy Mitchell in the past, especially those in regards to his deposition, you will start to realize that this judgment might not be based on truthful evidence. But again, I won't go into much detail until the very end. There are so many lies being spread right now that it's insane. I can totally understand people making fun of me because I lost, and because of how cocky I was, and I can understand if people are upset because I wasn't transparent enough and they had the wrong idea about the lawsuit. And I can appreciate people are angry because I lost. I made a ton of mistakes, and I am a great example of what not to do when you're being sued. And ultimately, I am the one that will also need to pay the biggest price. In certain areas, I'm just an idiot, and I have a habit of saying things that rub people the wrong way. Of course, if I could go back and do things differently, I would. But some other things people are saying about me are just crazy and appear to me
Why
to be
the fuck is he
completely in
making
bad.
so many beds?
So that he
It's
can kill
more
the Ender
about
Dragon
killing the Ender
faster.
Dragon.
He's speed running.
Yeah.
In my personal opinion, he's very slow speed running right now. But like he's trying to speed run to kill the Ender Dragon, and you do that with beds.
Faith.
It's
Like-
something I've never done because it's kind of dangerous, and I just don't like dying. But you know, it is a way you can do it.
People are spreading this screenshot long after the trial had finished and using it to try and claim that I used AI in my defense or as part of my strategy, when all this is me and some friends having some fun and seeing what AI would say. Many people are taking advantage of...
So he's saying that this was not to be used as like objective fact. He's just saying this was a for
go
fun
back.
thing.
The AI was quite good.
Yeah, I don't
Quite
believe
funny.
that. I don't believe what he's
this
saying.
was a laugh. Ha 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 ha.
It said there is no scenario where I
He's fucking-
lose.
this wasn't a joke.
Yeah, I will say that this is Cap, and he probably took it a little bit more seriously.
me and some friends having some fun and seeing what AI would say. Many people are taking advantage of the worst experience of my life to go after me for things that are just outrageous. And it sucks because on one hand I want to defend myself, but on the other hand I totally agree that I made a lot of mistakes. I said things publicly I shouldn't have said that made me look bad. So I do deserve—
No, he's on Camelot's channel. Oh my gosh. That's funny.
Have to be called out for those things, but other things are just flat out wrong or just complete lies. And if I spend too much time debunking lies, it will come across as if I think I bear no responsibility for what happened, which is not the
No, that's called taking responsibility. I'm not going to explain myself because if I do, you guys are going to think I'm doing it too much. You already suck, broski. Explaining yourself is the best thing you can do in order to get some credibility back.
case, so I won't. I'll just say that I hope reasonable people can understand that out-of-context screenshots may not be indicative of what is really going on or how I really feel. This experience has been extremely painful. However, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It's been a huge wake-up call, and there are many lessons for me to learn. So assuming I do adequate self-reflection and I grow from this, I think it will ultimately be good for this channel. I'm more motivated than ever to move on and focus on producing good content and
Oh yeah, by the way, he still plans on making videos full-time and doing stuff for people.
Myself out of trouble. So if you never really cared about this Billy Mitchell stuff and just want to watch some entertaining YouTube videos on cheating and speedrunning, this will be great news for you. Thank you so much to everyone who has supported me for the
because all this has done has basically ensured that I will never watch your content.
No, absolutely not.
I have no faith in you whatsoever. I cannot trust you. I cannot assume that anything you say is correct in any meaningful sense.
You know, what's really funny about this is everybody looks at this and then they look at the completionist drama, which I still think that he was right about the completionist for the most part. And then they're like, well, how wrong were you about that? Because him and Mutahar have both like, it's really funny because Mutahar like drops off because Mutahar is like a fence-sitting dipshit. And then this guy falls apart and it's just like, people are starting to wonder how right he was about the complete. And again, the completionist didn't donate that money. In a way, he was not being truthful about the donations of the charity he was working for. But like now, I think the completionist deserves to laugh just a tiny little bit. Hello, you absolute legends! I will now speedrun the death of my channel.
Past few years, I can assure you that you have made the
speed run of the death of my channel any %.
This process much easier than it would have been, not only for me, but for my family as well. And I'm truly sorry to everyone I let down by not handling this as well as I could have. Thanks for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I do hope that I get to see you in the next video.
Yeah, but when he said that, it sounded like he was about to cry.
Oh, goodness.
I've just got one thing to say on that.
What a pathetic bitch.
Where'd you get that?
That's from his completionist video.
That's
Wolfie
beautiful.
sent that to me a while back. I've had it on my soundboard for a few weeks.
Oh my gosh, I love that so much. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. Oh, I love that so much. Yeah, chat.
Guys, that was a lot of fun, but sadly, it is my bedtime. I have to wake up early tomorrow for D&D, so I will talk to y'all later.
All right, you have a good one, Ava. Thanks for jumping in and joining us for this. Have a good one, all right?
Bye,
No
knife
problem.
here.
Thank you for triggering my autism on a like massive scale.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay. Well, chat, we do have one more topic tonight that I wanted to talk about. I know that it's one that at least these two will definitely be interested in talking about, but I wanted to like read some super chats and then get your guys' thoughts about what we just watched here. So, what'd you think? What do you think, Kree? Because again, like I said, I know you're going through some stuff right now in your own court, but how do you feel like your experience helps to inform you with this kind of situation?
Well, what I'm dealing with is completely different to what Karl and Billy were just going through. But from what little I understand about the legal system, Karl made a big mistake by making that video.
I agree.
I would definitely not recommend making such a video.
No, I agree. I agree.
The whole time, it really did just feel like he was digging himself deeper and deeper into the hole. He's, as Ava said, he's redefaming.
Yeah, I again, like I said it on Twitter. I kind of hope that Billy Mitchell does take him back to court or like teach him a lesson, because it seems like Karl has to relearn that lesson again. He has to relearn it again.
He wouldn't be relearning the lesson because he clearly didn't learn it the first time.
No.
It would be funny if he lost like the next one and he does like the exact same video going over everything in detail again, thereby
re-defaming him for a third time.
Oh my god, chat! They doubled down. They fucked me over again. Look, I'm gonna prove how they're just fucking me over.
Listen, I think that lawsuits are a burden upon the person that brings them and the person who has to receive them. So obviously, I hope that Billy Mitchell doesn't have to go through that again. I hope Billy Mitchell can go back to doing what he does best, making hot sauce and talking about the King of Kong kind of stuff. But I legitimately think that Karl needs to be taught a lesson. And
how many times must we teach you this lesson, old man?
Exactly. I don't want Billy Mitchell to get more money. Well, Shatter, then Karl needs to shut up, because he's a fucking moron. Like legit. Like, I don't understand how this man just feels so entitled to do. Like, again, he made so many videos on Billy Mitchell. Like, so many. Like, and when he, like, here's the thing, that this is one of the examples that really boggles my mind. One of the examples that definitely did not need to get made, and I know he did this specifically because he probably didn't have a thing to do. Look at this. Look at this. This video right here is him talking about a parody of Billy Mitchell. It did not need to be, this had nothing to do with his lawsuit. He was just talking about a Cartoon Network parody of Billy Mitchell. Like, why do you need to make this video unless you're just trying to dog on this man again and again and again? Like,
it really does seem like he's got some personal like grudge with Billy Mitchell prior to the lawsuit, because like, I understand talking about someone who you either think or know is dishonest or made false records in video games or whatever, whether or not that's Billy or whoever else. But to make it such a significant portion of his channel is like, it really comes across as personal somehow.
It does. It really makes you wonder. It really makes you wonder. But like, I just look at this and I'm like, this man doesn't learn anything. I want ramen. Me too. Well, I had ramen today. Yeah, I just... Karl's gonna have to learn another lesson. In Karl's defense, that was a Kino parody. I have not seen it, so I can't give comments on it. I do know it was something that that was done. I don't remember if Billy Mitchell wanted anything done about it, but because it was a parody, I don't think you could. I have no idea, so I can't really give comment. But I just think it's insane that that Karl decided to make a video. What's funny is it wasn't even a recent parody. I think it was like a couple years old. Creates a grift. No, yeah, I can agree that it's definitely a grift. Like, here's the thing that bothers me. People say grift all the time, and I try to look into the deeper meaning before I just go with the easiest answer that everybody else is going to say. Everybody's going to say, oh, it's just a grift. It's just a grift. It's like, okay, listen, it might be, but I just want to make sure that it is the grift before actually saying it. Like, I know that for some people, there are deeper implications to it. There's this, that, and the other. And the only reason why I do that is because I know that people call me a grifter, and it's like, well, no, it's not true. I do it because of X, Y, and Z reasons. And I know that that probably has happened to you as well, where it's just like, well, no, that's not the truth. So it's just like, you want to look deeper into it before you actually ascribe that blanket of a term to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, grifter is one of those words that's lost all meaning because people overuse it to call, like, everyone who talks about certain subjects grifters. I've been called a grifter because I'm critical of Fallout. It's like, really? I'm a grifter for criticizing Bethesda and Fallout. I don't know.
It's a poor
With the way
grift,
the
I'm going to be
community
honest with
is,
you.
I feel like it'd make a lot more money just like praising them and talking about how good they are all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd be more of a grifter to suck them off. But, like, that's beyond the point. It's just like, I can't just call somebody a grifter. Again, that's the easiest thing to say, but I'm not going to do it until I, like, feel like I can say that confidently. With Karl, I just don't understand him. He just looks like a guy that just wants to go off. And again, I will say again, it is important to remember the weird thing about Karl is he preaches about how much he wants to be, how much freedom of speech is important to him, and how he feels like he's being suppressed by Billy Mitchell. I think people need to remember as well that Karl is not like a beautiful, perfect person. This is something that was talked about on the fruit farms, but Karl. One time, like a long time ago when his career was starting, he did a speed run of a GoldenEye stage. I think it was like the damn GoldenEye stage.
Yep.
And his wife came in and congratulated him. And the owner of the Kiwi Farms, Noel, did a stream where he basically mocked Karl, which is in his right to do, because you're allowed to mock people for whatever reason. As long as you're not defaming people, you can say that you think something sucks or that people are stupid. But Noel basically like said, man, his wife coming in to comfort him and petting his head was kind of retarded. And then Karl put up a community post. And I remember I saw this a couple years ago, and I forgot that this was Karl. And when I remembered, I was like, man, this guy's a scumbag. But Karl put up a community post saying, guys, you need to help me report this YouTube channel for basically saying mean things about my wife. And it's just like, okay. When you are the content creator, yeah, having other people defame other family members that aren't in this is pretty sucky. I agree, and they shouldn't do that. On the flip side, you cannot ask people to flag down a channel falsely for that reason.
Yeah.
And so I don't really care about Karl. Like, I have less care about Karl because it's very selective to him what matters when it comes to freedom of speech and freedom from for all of this kind of stuff, because it's just like it only matters to him when it's beneficial to him. Otherwise, he will gladly take away your rights and be glad to suppress you if he thinks that it is worth doing for you. Sorry for going on that, but he pulled an iDubbbz. Yeah, let me see if I can find. I don't know if he's deleted the posts here.
Also, just from the way you described it, didn't even sound like the wife was being insulted. It was a whole thing of like hugging him and petting his head or whatever. It's like, yeah, it's a speed run. You didn't win a marathon. You didn't win a fucking. You didn't win the Super Bowl. It's you did a video game level in 50 seconds.
Yeah, I think
that's not to
the
downplay
post.
speed running either, because like I know a lot goes into speed running, but it's like a very different level, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds more like they're making fun of the fact that he's like being babied rather than, oh, this guy's wife is an idiot or something. It sounds more like they were making fun of him than the wife.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a crossover. Look at that. I'll be discussing the Billy Mitchell lawsuit with Rekieta Law in about an hour. Please tune in here. Does this still exist?
Please,
is this still real?
What?
Oh my gosh, it is still real! Look at that! Karl Jobst, absolute legend, discusses cheaters and speedrunning self-destruction. This was 4 years ago!
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Maybe he did put on the medallion.
Oh wow, thank you for this person for... Oh my gosh. Look at that! That is a funny crossover right there. Oh my gosh, Karl caught my attention about the update Billy Mitchell lawsuit and had some questions about it. My favorite way to answer questions is to have a chat. So he graciously agreed to appear and will... Oh, I'm sending this to Eva. I am sending this to Eva.
Do they mention Apollo in the time codes there?
Let's see.
It was in the comment.
Let's see. Gaming magazine starting off with changed esports. Karl's progression. 3 super chats. Mitchell lawsuit. How am I getting there? Is it or?
Oh, sorry. I was. I was looking at the YouTube screen and not that one. Sorry.
Oh, fair. Let's see.
I
next-
derped it hard there.
Let's see. Undertaking motion, low bar for the pawn, anti-slap, Will Twin Galaxies appeal. Yeah, I don't see it mentioned anywhere in here. I would have to listen to this loss. I would have to listen to him talk to Rekieta. About this.
Honestly, I might put that on listen at some point to see if Apollo comes up at all.
I'll have to. I will definitely have to. Control F to check for mentions. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, bring up the transcript. Yeah.
I am literally having a brain fart right now. That's how you spell Apollo. That's how you spell Apollo. There we go. Where is it?
It's 2 L's, isn't it?
Is it 2 L's? Oh, you're right. There we go. Oh, okay.
Oh, the Risen.
So who is he pursuing? Apollo Legend. I'm assuming this is back when he was alive. 49. Yep, right there. I don't know if, again, I'm not, we really don't have time to listen to this right now because I want to get to the comment cop stuff today. But this is something definitely worth watching. If you guys are interested, the video here, I will post it in chat for you guys here. Just give me one moment. You guys should go listen to this. This is classic Rekieta right here. Very classic. Probably, let's see, how does
2020,
Rekieta
that
look?
might be before the crack.
He looks so normal. He looks so fucking normal in this. Wow. He looks like just a normal... I mean, look at all those bottles in the background. Holy fucking...
Yeah, this was before... This was before Rittenhouse and Depp.
Yeah, this is back when Vic was still going on, I'm pretty sure. This is 2021, I think. Yeah. Anyway, let's go to the mentions of Apollo. Someone mentioned Apollo, supposed to rip Apollo in the chat hits different, and curious about Karl's lawsuit to Apollo and Twins Galaxy. Found this video. God, I got an update. Yeah, those are the only 3 mentions here. I imagine that if I load more comments, we'll probably get more. I don't know, but yeah, that's... Yeah. Wow. What a crossover. What a crossover, chat. What a crossover. I'm going to close some tabs here. Give me one more. And like I said, we're gonna read some of my supas. Very much appreciate the love today, chat. Very much appreciate it. Thank you for 100 likes. Very, very, very much appreciated here. And then after we read through this, we'll get to the last subject of the night, which is the Comment Cop drama, which I'm very excited to talk about here because I have some very intense opinions on that. But anyway, let me see here. Let me scroll down. All right. Patchouli for $5. Imagine covering a notoriously litigious person and not being careful to not insinuate he did something so he does not clap your cheeks in court. Yeah, very, very important. Yeah, like why would you go after somebody that is very litigious, at saying things that you do the way that you do? Like is very stupid. Very stupid. Karl's very stupid. And I'm not gonna give ad hominems or be racist against his country here, but like he's just very stupid. Very, very stupid.
I will, however.
You may. I mean, like, the only reason why I'm not is just because I don't want to make it easy for people to attack me, even though I definitely would say them, but, like, I just don't want to say them here. Handling of Vic's case was upsetting. Oh, yeah. I know. It was really sad. Sparky for 2 says, this is the classic story of an A-log turned locale. Very accurate. Very, very accurate. Ike13D for $5 is the normal lawyer advice for all content creators of shut up, shut up, shut up. Very accurate. And then Lone Kiba Demon for 5 says, to be clear, he had a statement, he removed it, then added it back, then removed it again, and added an apology at the end of a whole other unrelated video. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
I can't get over that, man. That's one of the dumbest fucking things ever.
Hey, yeah, I put my 5-minute apology at the end of a half-hour video.
Like, really? You weren't trying to hide it? Fuck off.
No, yeah. Even if it's not intentional hide. Like, here's the thing. Again, if I am to give the best faith possible idea is he was just retarded and didn't recognize that that it looked bad to add this at the end of a video. Worst faith possible, and the idea that a lot of people are definitely going to ascribe it to is he intentionally did that. So, you know. Anyway, let's see here. Lobert for 100 bits, thank you. So only 8 of us actually are Occo fans? No, the 8% is how many people finish a video. If you want to use that as a metric for saying that you are a actual big fan of me, that's up to you. I think that all the people that watch me, even for a couple seconds, are fans. Maybe they'll come back later with a different view and watch the rest of the video. There have been times where I only get to watch a couple seconds of a video before I move on. Because when I'm at work, I need a certain vibe to help me while I'm doing stuff. And sometimes I watch a video that just isn't that vibe. Here, I'm going to switch back to this. So I don't really blame people that much for it. But what I am saying is, like, typically, some of my videos, only 8% of the people reach it to the end. And that's just counting all of the views together. That's not counting if the same person watches it again and again and again. So, and Sparky says that the mention from Rekieta was before the thing with Apollo happened. Okay. That's kind of what I assumed. But, it is very interesting. And for people asking, by the way, about the content cop, we are going to talk about that tomorrow with Amalgamate and potentially Mizu. Mizu says that he really doesn't want his brain to melt, but we'll see if I can drag him into the call for that one, and we'll go over the content cop. That's an entire stream all on its own tomorrow, and I'm very excited about that. I have the thumbnail made for it too. I'm very excited. Again, Amalgamate, thank you for the raid earlier. I appreciate it. And then Sparky45 says, do we even know if that was Billy saying that or was a spoof account in regards to the comments made where the alleged Billy says that he would smile if the things were true about Apollo? Yeah, that's the thing, is I don't know. I don't know, and I don't know where the proof that it is actually him comes from. This is something where if I was to get Billy in an interview, I would ask him, like, is this actually you? And see if there's any proof to prove that is actually him. As of right now, because I don't have actually any proof, I can't say that is him. All I can say is that there's an account out there that has the name Billy Mitchell on it, that has some blacked out information on it, where the account that people are alleging is him says those things. Because it's not him, I can't say for a surety that it is. I can't. Not at all.
Also, just very quickly, I realized something. There might have been a bit of miscommunication between me and Pagan. We're talking about the Comment Cop Twitter account, not iDubbbz's Content Cop.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, the Content Cop is tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because he said Content Cop, so I was like, oh, I've got something to say about that.
I see.
I did say Comment Cop.
I see.
Okay, so
it's very easy to understand and get confused by, because it's very, very similar. My apologies, Pagan, but yeah, the Content Cop is tomorrow.
Yeah.
Comment Cop is tonight. My apologies. If you don't want to stick around for that, totally understandable, because this segment is kind of gonna be dumb.
That's my fault too. I should have made sure he knew exactly what it was. I'm really sorry about that, Pagan.
Okay. Sparky says it came.
So much to say.
I'm sure you do. I haven't seen it yet, so no spoilers, pretty please. Sparky says I found it. I'm assuming in regards to the text message that is allegedly Billy Mitchell. It came out in the Twin Galaxies deposition, wasn't used, but it was recorded. I would have to see that before I would give a yay or nay on that, but okay, sounds good. Okay. Anyway, let's lead to the last topic of the night. This one will definitely be a lot shorter than the other ones, mostly just because there's less video content and more just like talking content that I feel like is important here. But we are going to talk about the allegations of the Comment Cop account. Now, I wish I brought up the original tweets. I really wish I did. Sadly, I did not. And that is on me for doing so. But really quickly, I will... Give me one moment here. I am going to pull up just the Comment Cop account in general.
The only thing I will say about the Content Cop thing, without spoiling anything, is that I was right. I called it.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be about iDubbbz the second it happened. 110%.
When I was on stream, with Kree, and people were bringing up like that iDubbbz was going to do a new content cop. I had a prediction for what it was going to be, what it was mostly going to be, and I was right. I was completely right.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, I thought it was most likely going to be that. So, anyway, so let us bring up here what we're talking about here. So, Comment Cop chat, for those that don't know, is an account that has been in commentary for quite a long time, longer than quite a lot of other people. As you can see here, it says joined in 2017. And they talk about various things in the commentary sphere or just in the drama sphere in general. I don't think they have they are very specific in what they talk about. I think they just talk about a whole lot of stuff. I don't follow them, but I do know a lot of other individuals that I know follow them, and a lot of people actually really enjoy some of their content. They're kind of like the Yeet account, which I know a lot of other people also follow, that just likes to talk about drama, and it actually puts it in a very nice, concise location for people to follow. So it does actually have some goodness to it. But the reason why people ended up talking about this is there was an allegation by Boblax, who, if you guys don't know, used to be the Twitter versus guy that would read out the tweets and talk about the tweets, where his life kind of fell down a deep dark hole, where he decided to become a they, them, but also goes by all pronouns, so not phobic of me to just say he, where he would say that Nick, who is Nicholas Diorio, is the comment cop guy. And this blew up into a massive thing where all of the individuals that dislike Nicholas Diorio, which there are quite a few people that really dislike Nicholas Diorio, would come out and say, I always knew it, and basically began to champion Boblax and say that he was right. Well, Nicholas Diorio would do a stream basically saying that all these people are insane and are stupid, and would point out some things, basically like, why would I DM this account myself? Why would I reply to all this stuff myself? These guys are delusional, and why would you trust Boblax when Boblax has lied about multiple things and also has old accounts that he has been very hidden about? And a lot of people would basically feel BTFO'd about the entire thing. And me, myself personally, like, when I first saw that Boblax would say this, there were kind of like two thoughts in my head when this first went off. Number one, my thought was, well, okay, if this is true, it's really funny if this is true, because it's kind of crazy that one guy would just talk to himself back and forth. I think that's really crazy and stupid. But the other thought of mine is, I don't know how much stock I can put into this, because Boblax is also a habitual liar who has lied about a lot of things recently and will do anything to get attention, especially because they are getting foreclosed upon by their parents. So I was kind of like in the brace of, it definitely could be true, because guess what? There's a lot of things in the world that could definitely be true, but because there is no solid proof, it is really just one crazy guy making an allegation, and a lot of people that don't like Nicholas Diorio are deciding to spout it as fact. However, later, a lot of those same people have also like come out and said, oh, well, this might not be true, this might actually be fake, and all that kind of stuff. But Diorio did do a stream kind of BTFOing a lot of these people, saying that they're all crazy, coming out and using a lot of ad hominems to describe a lot of these people, saying, you shouldn't trust these people because of X, Y, and Z position, and these people all suck because of X, Y, and Z. He brought up Boblax and how stupid Boblax has been. He brought up Gator, Gamer Gator, and how cringy Gator was when he went to an anime convention where, Gator was just a little bit cringe there, and I'm sure Gator will definitely admit he was a little cringe there. He also brought up Dark Viper AU, which, Dark Viper is also a very dumb person, and technical. I don't know much about technicals. I just know that a lot of people think that he's a very unreliable individual. But like, he basically brought up all these people and said, well, obviously I can't be comment cop when all these people are saying it, so you have to trust me. And it's just like, okay, yeah, I do believe that all of these people saying it at the same time doesn't mean that you are. But by the same token, I don't really feel like that's a good enough defense. But by the same token, again, because there is no definitive proof, I can't say that you are either. It's just one of those things where it's always going to be up in the air until there is a definitive proof kind of thing, if that makes sense. So, Boblax says this thing, Diorio does his stream, and then everything kind of just like peters out from there. Well, I don't know necessarily when this was posted yet. No, not yesterday, 2 days ago. It was posted 2 days ago, where Technicals would make this tweet. It would have a semi bit of virability on it. And a whole bunch of people, including myself, when we first saw this, was like, oh my gosh, this has to be smoking truth. And I will talk about why I initially believed this and why I later down the line, when I saw some of the tweets where Diorio was proving how it wasn't true, one, retracted it, and two, just kind of like my anger for, or well, not my anger, my thoughts towards it really didn't change a whole lot, and I'll kind of explain that. So, let me know, by the way, if I'm going too fast for both of you. So technicals.
That's fine.
Can you guys see the screen, by the way? I just want to double check.
Yeah, I could see your Twitter screen.
Okay, good. There isn't really any audio that should be coming from this, so well, the music is coming through for you guys here, but I'll turn that off. But there is no audio for this. But basically, Technicals put out this tweet, and again, Technicals is somebody that has been disgraced by the commentary community. So again, and because I don't know him a whole lot, I don't know a whole lot of history about him, I can't really give a whole lot of stock into yay or nay for what he is saying, just based off of that. But he would come out and say, quote, if Nick doesn't have access to the Comment Cop account, why does the promote, quote unquote promote, show up on his screenshot of a Comment Cop tweet on his private question mark? I'm pretty sure you can't promote tweets that aren't on your own without access, permissions, or advertiser campaign. And I'm pretty sure that's true because now I don't have the promote feature on any of my tweets. I think I have to go and actually make a ad campaign for it myself. But this is true. I'm pretty sure that you have to have some sort of administrative access to an account in order to promote a tweet. Excuse me. On Twitter. And so he continues saying, he was either logged in when he took the screenshot, meaning the Comment Cop account, or they run the account through multiple people and the owner sent this in a group chat. Or the unlikely third option, he fucking pays to promote the account. Is this blank stupid? And what he does is he shows Nicholas Diorio's private, because Nicholas Diorio does have a locked private account at Real Bunty King, where he shows some of Nicholas Diorio's posts. I don't know where this came from, but I'm pretty sure this is actually true here. And I'm pretty sure Nicholas Diorio does verify this, where he goes through some of Nicholas Diorio's private tweets and shows some of this, which really, in my personal opinion, you know, it is a private account, so he is allowed to be as schizo or weird as he wants, but this is just like, I don't know, I just feel like this is dumb. I don't know. That's just me, though. And then, like, it scrolls down to this tweet here. So, again, this is the tweet on his private alt, which, again, in order to see this account, you have to request to be followed, and Nick has to personally approve you to follow this account. So, not just anybody can see this. So, only approved people saw him with this tweet. So, this is the tweet in question on his account, and, again, this is the tweet. So we're going to go ahead and stop watching the video here because we're going to pull up the actual thing so that we don't have to go on to the video. So this says here, quote, how can I be fucking Comment Cop? I literally don't think Karl is a scammer, Lamau, because he, at the time, I don't know if he still is or has changed his idea, but at the time, Nick had said that he was still a little bit more supportive of Karl Jobst, even though he thought that Karl Jobst was wrong. Like, dude, I would have to be posting complete lies on my main account to say my real opinion on Faceless Chris Hansen alt. And then he shows a picture of the Comment Cop account, and in the top corner, you can see the promote button. So, a lot of people, myself included, looked at this, because again, I know that this is his alt account, because a lot of people joke and meme that this is his alt account, where he tweets things, and a lot of people assumed that because they saw this was the smoking gun that everybody was thinking that, oh, he made a mistake, he showed the Comment Cop account with himself logged into it, and there's the little promote button. Wasn't that the bait that he put out? Yes, I'm getting to that, yes, chat, because it was later revealed that he used this as bait to get to people. And I'll explain kind of like my issues with that, because I do kind of have some issues with that. And it does kind of bother me in the interim period. Well, it's just in general, it kind of bothers me here. So the other tweet that was shown is talking about how the promotion of tweets works. Advertisers can promote another user's tweets after obtaining permission to promote their content. You can make a request to the promoted tweet endpoints by directly referencing the tweet ID of the tweet you'd like to promote. And this talks about how you're able to promote tweets on Twitter, basically. So, Technicals moves on to say, can't wait for the John Swan Photoshop analysis response. If we're lucky, we'll get another audiobook. And then he posts this saying, talking about basically the expose here, which we'll read here. So he goes on to say, this is on the 18th, I believe. Yeah, so this is the next day. So he says, Nick has posted DMs exposing the gay op with a clip from his privated stream discussing it. How can I get this fat person? Oh my gosh. Twitter's a different place, man. YouTube ain't. How can I get this fat person to respond instantly to comment cop allegations, but he won't tell me why he said Zaptai could legally have sex with a girl that Nick knew was 14 when he made the video. Don't ever ask him why he had to put this correction on his Zaptai coverage or he won't debate me. So, what he is, I don't really know much about the Zaptai thing, so I'm not going to talk about it. I'm sure that if I had Sparky on here, Sparky could give me comments on that, but what he is basically saying here is because here's the thing, what happens with all of Nicholas Diorio's streams is, and I do believe that this is similar to what Mr. Medicare does, so I don't blame Nicholas Diorio for this, but what he does is he does his streams and he privates them, and I believe that he does that to avoid issues because people dislike him and all that kind of stuff, and I in a similar vein kind of understand that, because again, Medicare privates all of his streams and deletes all of his streams and knows that other people re-upload them, so that's not an issue. But, so, this was in a privated stream. I don't really feel like that's that big of a deal. But, he leaks these. I don't know who leaks these. He's claiming that Nick has posted these. I believe he probably has. Where Nick said, this is in his, I don't know where this is. I'm going to assume this is like a private server where Nick and a couple other people talk. But Nick says, on 4/11, so this was 8 days ago, check my alt in 2, LOL, primo bait, and then he shows the tweet right here. Lol, 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 lol. This individual replies saying, good one, F slur. And then Nick says, do you see the promote button? The guy replies, fuck off, lol. And then Nick says, bro, that's so good. Bo Blacks is great, IMO, he will fall for it. So, Nick basically, let me see if I can find Nick's Twitter here. I am fun fact, chat, I am blocked by Nick. So I unfortunately no longer follow this man. I did follow him for a little while because beyond some of the other stuff that he's done that I just like, I do like some of his other general content, but he has blocked me. So he does actually post this here on his Twitter account here. Where he shows the technicals tweet and then he shows the screenshot as well. Sounds like cope. Okay, I will get into my thought process. First off, I want to know what you two think about this. I want to know what you guys think about this. Kree, what do you think? Oh, I think you're muted, Kree.
Am I?
Oh, there you
go. Oh, so I'm not as tuned into like this part of Twitter or anything. I don't like. I'm aware of these guys existing. I don't really. I'm not familiar with them.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, it seems like it could go either way. It could be like a legitimate, I trapped this guy, or it could be, I was just pretending to be retarded type deal. I can't really.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I guess more or less what I'm asking is like what do you okay? So I guess I'll explain my thought process here. Like, here's the thing. He is very much admitting here that he is trying to get people to have a reaction. He's trying to do like. I hate using the word troll for this because that sounds so dumb and fake and gay. But the easiest way to explain it, he is trying to troll both Bo Blacks and all of the individuals that he dislikes. And I kind of have a bit of an issue with that. I actually made a post about this over here. Sorry, you go ahead while I pull this up.
There is something I thought of. Was this some kind of like 4D chess thing where he's been talking to himself on that account for years?
No. Here's the thing. I will say
that's what I mean though. Is of course it wouldn't be.
Well, that's the thing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, sorry. That's just what makes the whole thing seem like a cope. It's like, you weren't playing 4D chess for years. You're using that as an excuse now. It seems.
Yeah. So like, I'll kind of explain my issue with this because, it is basically him trying to troll or get reactions out of people. And it kind of bothers me because because I remember listening to the stream where he talked about this. I listened to it, I listened to it live while I was at work doing my job. And I listened to it because I was interested to see what he had to say, whether or not he agreed or disagreed. And he vehemently came out and said that he not only disagreed, but he no longer wanted to give any of the individuals that this was about content because he just didn't feel like it. I know that there's probably other reasons attached to it. But My brain is blanking on it at the moment, but like he basically came out and said he did not want to give these people content. He did not feel like acknowledging them anymore was worth doing. And like this came out before all of this happened, but like this guy is trying to get, like, in my personal opinion, this looks like somebody trying to cook up more drama to get more content to make more stuff out of. That's what it reads to me. And I don't know if that is or isn't. If because of knowing who Nick is and what he does and some of the stuff he's done in his past, I genuinely believe that this is an attempt to make up more content for him to talk about on stream and make more stuff off of. And like, that bothers me. That bothers me, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
In fact, I'll just read what I say here, because I feel like what I said here is a little bit better. Can I just say that, like, at this point, I feel like it's just inventing content for the sake of inventing content. Like, I'm totally cool with clowning on Boblax when he's dumb, because he is. And I do agree that Boblax has made quite so many blunders that he is not worth putting stock into anymore. He's just not an interesting individual. In fact, it's almost pitiful to give Boblax attention, because giving Boblax attention gives Boblax more views, which helps him make more money. And unless that is something that is like 4D chess Nicholas Diorio is trying to do, which I don't believe he is, like, I don't know why you would continue to give Boblax attention. Like, I've talked about him a little bit, but I feel like there's a point where it's just like, it's not worth it anymore. You gotta let the lolcow just like be on its own, and unless the guy does something incredibly stupid, you just let him sit there, if that makes sense. But making leaks just to own more people, because in all sense of the terms, this is him making leaks, talking about it behind the scenes, telling other people what his intentions are, just to get a reaction. At what point does this stuff kind of turn you from the guy reporting on the drama to creating and becoming the drama? Because Nicholas Diorio, in my personal opinion, does a decent job at talking about drama. I don't agree with all of his principles all the time, because I feel like some of them are flawed, but for the most part, I agree with Nicholas Diorio, and I like how he reports drama. I feel like he does a good job reporting drama. But I take umbrage with the fact that now it is shifted away from talking about drama that doesn't involve him to actively creating and then profiting off of this drama right here. And I don't like that. Like, my general rule is, if you have to create drama in order to have content, then kind of an issue with you as a content creator. I kind of have to wonder, if you have to create drama in order to have content right here, how much of it is it really makes me start to pull into question how much else is created drama, how much else of it is like manufactured in order to make something for people. And it starts to really make me lose faith in the individuals who are put on a pedestal as somebody that is trustworthy to report the news. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes total sense, because I mean, obviously I'm not too into drama content, but with people being the way they are, there should be no end to like genuine natural drama for a drama channel to talk about and I guess profit off of.
I agree.
If you're making it up, like if you're doing these gay ops to try and make drama happen, it's not real drama. You're just it's fake, essentially.
I agree.
It's really fucking lame.
I agree. No, I 100% agree. It's because because I look at this and I'm just like, what's the end goal here? Like what is the, like, again, there's the good faith and the bad faith ideas here. The best faith I can give is that this man just wants to create more content. He just wants to have more funny things to talk about on his stream with all of his people. And hey, again, I have no issue with people like talking about things or making content or making drama. Trust me, I do it on a daily basis. But if you have to create it like this and you have to again, it makes me wonder how much of it is actually real when it revolves around Nick, and how much of it is astroturfed by people behind the scenes that constantly talk about things and try to push narratives and stories. The problem is I know that there have been discussions behind the scenes with some of these creators, and that they do sit in secret back rooms to talk about and ruminate on drama, what one person will cover and what one person will not cover. I know that happens, because it's been leaked by another commentary individual or by somebody that was booted out of the commentary. I can't remember who, and I can't remember all the context, but I know that they have this. So it really puts and calls into question how real any of the drama really is. And it's disingenuous And again, I'm not trying to get up like on a moral high horse and say that I'm better, because I'm not like a better person. What I am saying is like the creating drama to create drama for content. It really just, I don't know. At that point, it really just, it becomes less about telling the truth and more of just like pointless. I don't know. It's pointless entertainment. And like the worst faith I can give is that they're doing this intentionally to harm somebody else. I'm not going to say that's true because I don't know that's true. And then I would have to have them admit that in order for that to be the case. But I look at this and like, I have to wonder like, what is the end goal of this other than just like trying to create drama with other individuals, you know? So
yeah,
I don't know. And I say I have to ask why, because like Nick reasonably, with as much drama as happens in the YouTube world, could cover drama forever. Like he doesn't even have to touch the VTuber. Like there's enough VTuber stuff that I could potentially cover every single. Some of it's not as fun as others, which is why I don't cover it. But like there is enough drama for him in the regular sphere to cover forever. He does not need to create stuff. The creation of this tells me that like he's just that there's something deeper going on here. I don't know. And I don't know. And like when you do this just to get more drama, I have to ask why. Now, Gator, I feel like Gator's just a little bit jaded. Just a little bit jaded. I love you, Gator. You're funny, but I feel the opinion, I don't really agree or subscribe to this opinion. Where Gator thinks it's just to distract away from Keemstar, which I know that some stuff is happening with Keemstar right now, but I would need some proof in order to agree or disagree with that. And I'm like, I don't agree with that. But it bothers me as a random viewer because, again, I liked some of Nick's coverage. Some of what he says, I subscribe to and I agree with. So it really, like, as somebody that, like, has a critical lens and looks things through a critical lens, I look at this and I'm like, this is kind of shitty, kind of scummy, and I don't like this. So, and like I say here, it makes me wonder what else is fake. And then Gator says, if you knew his full track record, you wouldn't be shocked. And I said, I've listened to him for 2 to 3 years, and I'm starting to get into the deeper track of it. And I'm like, Gator, I know. Sorry, I apologize for interrupting you.
No, it's no problem.
But, and some people say it's to own one on Boblax, and it's just like, I don't care what the reason is. If you have to invent something fake to get a reaction out of people that are very obviously, some of the individuals are very mentally ill and have some problems that they're solving, and I hope and pray that they get the help that they do. But if you have to do this continuously to try and get more content out of them, I have to wonder how genuine of a person you really are, and how genuine some of your coverage. Like that's the other thing, because it not only calls into question him as a person, but it makes me wonder how truthful he's been. Like if this is how distrustful he's being with this, how distrustful is he with other things? And it really starts to make me wonder. And I'm sure that with some people it does as well. And it only is further solidified by the fact that Nicholas Stereo has blocked me. Now, I don't know if he does that because he just hates anime or he hates VTubers. I'll be honest with you, I know he hates VTubers because of Flamenco, and that's completely fine. You know, I know Flamenco really fucked it up with stuff. He definitely didn't handle things in the correct way. He knows that. Gator knows that. Everybody knows that. And I think that's one of the reasons why he's focusing on real life. And if that's the reason why he blocked me, I don't care. But like, it really does make me wonder if he blocked me for my opinion, like, what else is there? What am I going to discover that like really makes me start to wonder? So that's really all I have to think about it. Like my thought process is, what is the next gay op going to be? What is the next thing going to be to get a response out of his haters? Which again, he has said on stream that he does not want to talk about and is not interested in talking about it anymore because he says that they are disingenuous. Okay, then why are you still poking and prodding them? If they're not worth talking about, if they're not worth giving attention or energy to, why are you still giving them this attention and energy? That's it. That's it. I don't know.
There is one thing I was wanting to. I thought maybe I'm confusing this for someone else, but wasn't one of the things people were talking about is how he was responding to the posts on his main account, so he's essentially talking to himself, or is that someone else?
So the idea is if he was Comment Cop, because I don't really believe he is Comment Cop. If he made up that tweet, I don't believe that he is. It's going back to the board of you need definable proof to show that he is Comment Cop. I don't really believe that he is Comment Cop. I believe that I believe that the smaller of a rat theory in my head is, yeah, he probably could be Comment Cop. But by the same token, I don't have definitive proof, so it's just like a funny little, oh, I couldn't believe. It's like a aliens are real, I can believe kind of thing. That's how much stock I actually put into it.
All right.
But it like if it is actually him, or like here's the thing that I believe. If he is Comment Cop, I don't believe he's the only one. I believe that a couple people use Comment Cop as an account, and a couple other people probably use it. That would be the thing that I feel like is most believable in my personal opinion. But if that is true, if he does run the Comment Cop account, yeah, it is kind of weird and schizo of him to reply to tweets on the Comment Cop account and for the Comment Cop account to reply to him, because then it's just like, well, even if multiple people use that account, who's to say it's not you?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, because that's what I thought this was going to be about, so that's why I brought it up earlier.
No, you're good. You're good. I just like, I don't know, and I'm not gonna bring up ad hominems. I know that Nicholas Teorio is a big guy. I don't care. Like, I'm just gonna bring up the actual criticisms I have about him, and that is that like, this kind of stuff doesn't really like even just saying, oh, it's fake. It's fake. I did it to own the haters. I did it because I want to show how disingenuous they are. And it's just like, it just makes you look like more of an asshole. And it makes you look like a guy that's willing to invent shit so that you have more funny stuff to talk about on your stream. And if you have to invent funny shit to talk about on your stream like this, it's not worth watching. Yeah. For me, at least. I know that some people will not care and some people will still watch. That's fine. They're allowed to. They're allowed to enjoy whatever they want. But like, as a person that thinks critically on things, and as a person that does not like gay ops, that likes treating people as fair as possible, I look at this and say, this is still a pretty scummy move. And all you're doing is showing the world, or showing more sensible people, how stupid you are. I don't know. That's it. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I agree with that.
Anyway. Thank you, everybody, for coming today. I appreciate all my guests. Ava, who's already left. Thank you, Cree, and Pagan for coming. I appreciate you guys. I apologize if I talked quite a lot. I did definitely talk quite a lot.
No, I had a good time.
Yeah.
I do apologize that we didn't talk about the content cop, Pagan. I will be talking about it tomorrow with them all. So that'll be fun for sure. Let's see who is streaming right now. Mori is streaming. We're giving Mori the love. Excuse me. Chat, make sure you go give special love to my Kamiyoshi, Mori, Calliope. Very much awesome. If you were on Twitch, I know that she doesn't stream on Twitch. I'm gonna give you I will give you to Raycall. Raycall's a cool person. I'm pretty sure Raycall's also a Babaniku, so on the streaming with Royan right now, so that's cool as well. So I'll give you guys to them. I will see you guys tomorrow for the Comment Cop stream. Very fun, very exciting. I'm excited to go through that again. And until then, I will see you guys next time.